Okay, let's continue that playthrough from yesterday. Because I think what I should really be doing now is drawing more sprites. But I'm pretty checked out on the sprites. I'm gonna have to get it through my head that I need to actually finish them. But we can at least finish this playtest and really make sure all the bugs are definitely fixed and everything's good. Am I live on YouTube right now? I am. Okay, let me get YouTube chat as well. Actually, I don't want to miss that. So where are we at? Where? Oh. Okay, we just got the portal unlocked by the looks of it. Where is everyone? I feel like there's not enough humans here. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's go. I'm gonna go to the next level, and I'm gonna try returning to the previous level as well. It should be fine, but I haven't really tested that in a minute, so let's check that it's still good. Goodbye, old camp. Actually, it'll still be there if we come back. Right. Still not really used to that. Or it should still be there. I guess we can test that. Here we go. Oh my god, we're right next to some freaking wolves there. Seems fine though. Let's try going back. Oh, the tents. What happened to the tents? The wrong sprite. Okay. Alright. Good job I checked. They are actually built, they just have the wrong sprite, so they don't look like they're built. So... when we load a save, we run the set sprites function, or whatever it is, load sprites. I guess we just don't do that when we're returning to a previous level. We really should be doing that. I think we could just run the same function. There's no reason we couldn't just run the same function. But whereabouts do we do that? That's my question. It's going to be kind of built into the loader, which is loading in everything from the previous level if we're going back into a level that we've already visited. Set instances. Probably just after this is where we would do it. But, oh wait, no, would it actually be inside of here? Right, because we need to run this function on each instance as it's loaded. We got load fires, load states, load toggle. Let's just see how I do this when we actually load a save. Okay, immediately after loading states, I load sprites. That makes sense because sprites can be state dependent. Ah, yep. Load sprites. Okay. Pretty sure that should be it. Just take a look at it. What it does, if the current object that we're loading is a tent, then it looks at the stage and sets the sprite. And we don't actually, the humans actually persist between rooms when we're doing this. So we won't actually be using any of this, but also we will set the correct sprites for the animals. And the tree stumps. Right, I guess the tree stumps could have potentially been the wrong size. Or something like that if we weren't doing this. The trees could have been the wrong size. Didn't really check, to be honest with you, but everything should be fine now. Someone who walks past my house every day and like hawks up a loogie as loud as they possibly can. I think they might be mentally unwell. Alright, here we go. Wasn't really paying attention to the trees. Maybe they were different sizes, I don't know. I guess they would have been if we weren't loading the sprites for anything. They probably would have been. Oh yeah, of course we get a different level this time. We got a really nice spawn. This looks like a good one, actually. Oh wait, why is the portal open over here? That's okay. That's the wrong sprite. Interesting. Okay, but we go back to the previous level, and now all of the tents appear correctly. That's good. So we have a bug where the portal has the wrong sprite when we go to the next level now. Oh, or it did. Was I hallucinating? Well, now we've entered it kind of normally. No, not normally. So we've just entered this level. Right, we've just re-entered this level that had already been generated. Which is different. Different code was executed. Trying to figure out why the portal would have the wrong sprite when we generated a new level. I'm just gonna do that again to confirm that's actually what happened. Yeah, I don't know, it's very strange. There's a lot of like, what would you say, like, mental health problems and like addiction and alcoholism and crime and stuff in this area, so it's a lot of like those types of people around. Okay, now the portal is definitely closed. What's going on here? Oh, it's when I do that. Oh, really? So, okay, when I open one portal, it's swapping the sprites for both of them. That's not what we want. Okay. Okay, what? That's gonna be in, where is that? It's built into the portal object itself. That explains it. I thought I went through this process actually of like, maybe I'm missing something. Let's have a look at the return portal, aka the entrance portal. Does not equal no one. No, it's supposed to be equals ID, right? We'll look at the portal exit. I thought it was supposed to be like if it equals ID. I'm sure I had that somewhere. What happened? Well, I mean, hey Shurix, welcome back. How's it going? We should, I'm sure that's how it should be, but I can't think of where I'd find an example of that right now, but basically, confirm portal actually stores the ID. Good, good, glad to hear it. Let's have a look. I mean, that's... Yeah. Confirm portal, yeah. So when you first click on it, yeah, that adds ID to confirm portal. We can check the other one as well. Yeah, like that. And then as long as confirm portal is not no one, that puts the prompt on screen. And then when you press Y or N, that's when it actually sets the active portal, and it also switches the sprite. I'm sure I did this, and I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe I didn't. Right, that needs to equal ID. So it's got to be a match, like, right. So when I press Y, I'm not going to open both portals. I'm surprised it was even working, or that they were like going to the right portal. I guess it was a 50-50 chance that they would have... No. Yeah. No, it's true, yeah, because... No, because confirm portal is only set to the one that you clicked on. So they would always go to the right portal, but the sprites were getting swapped for both of them. I see. Yeah, it's not a good neighborhood. It's not a safe neighborhood, I guess. This what you would say, right? Okay, we should. I could have sworn I did that. Anyway, it's done now. As soon as I'm able, I'm gonna move. It's not somewhere you want to be. And it's not gonna get any better anytime soon, I don't think. I was talking with Jonas today, and he says he's going to sign the contract as soon as he can. And work will begin on the capsule art and logo tomorrow. Well, probably the capsule art and then the logo. Definitely excited for that. Finally, we're going to be able to reveal the name of the game at the end of the month, along with running the first playtest. And I'm just really happy to be working with Jonas. Okay, so generating the new map. Here we are. And if I open the portal, the other portal doesn't open as well. Good. Great. And can we successfully get back through to the previous map? Yes, we can, and everything loads correctly. Awesome. Now that we've generated the next map once, we'll go back to the same one. Hey Bogan, what's up, dude? I'm just kind of playtesting. We did just find a bug, I just fixed it. When you would open one portal, it would open the other portal as well. Because they were both like running the code when you press the yes key. Where's the yes key? The Y key. But yeah, this build is pretty good. Pretty good now. I'm just gonna keep testing it for a little bit. Play through kind of, maybe not all the existing content, but at least play through all of the levels that have unique miracles in them. At this stage. Oof, okay, well, the nearest stream is probably... let's just go for this one because there's less wolves. The wolf infestation is pretty heavy over there. Let's go for this one. People are getting cold already. We need to get a fire going. Oh, it's nice in level 2 because, yeah, this is a game for Steam. We're going to be running a Steam playtest at the end of the month. And I have just commissioned the capsule art and logo to be produced by Indiana Jonas. Yeah, you already have all of your gifts assigned when you reach level 2. Normally, at the beginning, well, it depends. If you're playing on Beginner Island, which will eventually be the tutorial stage, then there's no pressure, really. But if you skip that, you're always, like, frantically trying to assign all of the gifts before everyone gets eaten alive or something at the beginning. It's a lot more chill when they're already good to go. So we're all fishers right now? Yeah, we don't have any hunters. Right. Okay, they're warming up by the fire. That's good. Somebody is on fire. That's a little bit too warm, if you ask me. I'm just gonna drop them in the ocean. Some of these trees out of the way there. Yeah, you couldn't move tree stumps for a long time, so if they chopped down a tree in the middle of camp, you'd have to deal with that tree stump forever. Finally got it so you can move those. What have we got here? Miracle Forest. Miracle Storm. Miracle Firewood. Miracle Calm. Okay. Those are our 4 miracles in this map. There's the exit portal. Portal stones. We got 1 easy portal stone right there. Another one right there. Okay, this one's kind of close to the wolves. Wouldn't say that was an easy one. We got 2 easy portal stones we can go for. We might as well get them right away because we don't have any tents built yet anyway, so... Nobody's going to be sleeping. Wait a minute. Whoa. Is this a bug? Is it a bug? Are we bugged? Okay, the worshippers do not seem to be unlocking these. Now that could be because most of the worshippers are too cold or something? Yeah. They were just waiting until they had enough because we need 3 worship. What is this child doing? What are you doing, child? Right, we need 3 worshippers per portal stone, and a lot of them were too cold. I think they were huddling around the fire for warmth. But now I'm a little bit curious as to where my... Oh, they're already there. Okay, cool. I've literally maxed out my power as well. 10,000. It's capped at 10,000. Didn't used to be capped. So I should... If I could do some useful stuff with that, like create a bunch of fur so they can get some of these built more quickly, that would be a good idea. Hell yeah. Right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to make it so the conservation meter doesn't refill when the animals sort of naturally reproduce. I just have a feeling I'm probably gonna have to do that. Don't go back in exactly the same direction, man. Come on. They're not very bright. So I'm gonna want to get miracle firewood as a matter of urgency, I would say. Yeah. We have three more worshippers as well. We might as well go for it. There is a bear over there. But these 2 portal stones look pretty safe. we shouldn't have any issues, and we can... We've got plenty of miracles now from the previous level. I should be able to help these guys out if anything goes wrong. Oh, I literally just dropped him right next to the bear. That was close. Okay, everyone is sleep deprived now. That's not what we want. That's really going to slow them down. Let's get these tents built quickly. So, we don't... Oh my god, what? It's happening. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Shit. That's one worshipper down. I do have enough power to resurrect him, but that's 2,500 power that we could have really used for building tents. What's happening now? Someone else is on fire. We've got water bearers. I'll let the water bearers deal with it. Let's see if they can figure out how to deal with it, or are they bugged? Hello? Is anybody going to extinguish this guy? Anybody? Anyone? No? Nobody's gonna... No. Oh, shit. What are you doing? Someone is stuck withdrawing fish. Okay, we got some weird bugs. I'm gonna make a save right there. Okay. What's going on here? Was that my only water bearer? How many water bearers did I have? Does anyone remember? I have 3. I thought I had more than the one. 3 water bearers. Okay. Well, this is why we playtest. I would just really like it if there were no more bugs, of course. Withdraw. They were trying to withdraw fish. And they were probably... I don't know what was happening, really. So we run the fire interrupt script in that state. So they would have been... If that was the nearest available... Not even available. If that was the nearest water bearer, then they would have been interrupted by this script. Okay. Which is probably what was happening. But somehow, instead of then going on to extinguish this guy, they were like deciding they should actually be withdrawing fish. For some reason. Why is that? So now I'm going to close this window a bit. Bit breezy today. Okay. Yeah, this is fairly recent stuff. It used to work fine, but it wouldn't necessarily be like the water bearer that could respond the fastest that would be the one to extinguish them. So you might have some water bearers standing right next to a burning human, and then like some other water bearers like running from the other side of the map to try and extinguish them, which didn't make any sense. I tried to fix that, but it's clearly not quite right yet. It's been working for the most part, but something is up with it now. So the other two water bearers who were like, it was raining, I think, so they were probably just sheltering from the rain inside one of the tents. This one that we saw was probably the fastest responder or whatever, so they got allocated to do this. But then there's something where like, well, then they're not actually getting allocated to do this. They're getting interrupted, but then they're actually deciding to try and eat some fish instead. That's kind of what's happening, as far as I can tell. State extinguish, and I'm just wondering why exactly that would be happening. Well, I mean, already that doesn't seem right. Because we're gonna run this just so long as this list is not empty, and I keep saying how like we don't actually need this, but never deleting it. Maybe the time has come. Maybe I'm finally gonna delete that. So if the list is not empty, what's wrong with it now? Too many brackets. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because we're running this code if this list is not empty, whereas it's like, I just need to go through it and see what that would do. I think weirdly that's actually okay, which is an exception to like how every other state works. This actually works kind of differently now, where even if this is executed, they might ultimately not do anything anyway because they're not the nearest water bearer, which is not exactly efficient. It would be better to avoid doing any unnecessary stuff by first checking if we need to do it somehow, but this might be inefficient or less efficient than it could be, but it should still be okay as far as I can tell. Why are they trying to withdraw fish instead of extinguishing this poor guy? I don't know. What is this alarm on my phone? Telling me that Jonas starts work tomorrow, and I know that. But thank you. Yeah, this is weird. This is definitely weird. I don't think there's any doubt that they were the nearest water bearer because they were standing like right next to the guy. The interrupt script was like detecting that and interrupting them, but then instead of doing what they're supposed to do, they're trying to eat fish. Uh-huh. So the issue would have to be in here somewhere. I mean, I'm guessing they didn't already have water in their inventory, I'm not sure, but... There it is. Fire check. Wait a minute. Whoa. What am I referencing fire check before we've actually set it? No, it's there. Okay, we're fine. Am I loading the water bearer map? I should be. If they're... Yeah, but then how would the interrupt script be working? I'm pretty sure I am. Loading. Gift maps, right? Gift maps. Water bearer map, water bearer, gift key. Uh-huh. I'm assuming the maps persist between rooms and there's no reason to do anything after changing level. But I'm not entirely sure. No, wait, I am sure. Yeah. We're good. The controller object is persistent unless I'm... DS map destroy global. Check I'm not destroying that when I shouldn't be. Right, that's literally the only place where it gets destroyed is in the controller's cleanup event, and the controller also persists between rooms, so it's not being destroyed. And this event is not being called. Alright. The plot thickens. And so this works on state prioritization. You know, the higher priority states are closer to the top, and as soon as it hits a state, like, or as soon as certain state conditions are met, it enters that state and exits processing. Oh, that might be the problem. Is it? Wait, what? No, because it still has to. We've left the. I mean, exit is exit. Exit's not break. Exit's going to exit the function, right? I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure you can use exit inside of a for loop, and it will still exit the current function. What's going on? Yeah, that's really weird. So this is working. Let's have a look. This is like identifying them as the sort of the nearest water bearer, to put it simply, and is interrupting their current action, putting them back to idle with the expectation that they would then enter one of these states. But they don't, so they just wind up going back on to whatever else they would be doing, which in this case was withdrawing a fish from the store, but then they just get interrupted again, so it's kind of stuck in an infinite loop. So the problem is it's one of these. Well, we can pretty much guarantee that it's this one. And this code hasn't really changed, so it's going to be some of this. Can we do that? Don't really see how it would cause this issue. I'm assuming I is still set to whatever I was set to when we broke out of the for loop. Did we break out of the for loop? Wait a minute. We don't seem to be breaking out of this for loop, but we want to break out of the... Wait a minute. Oh, this is inside of the for loop. I see. Still inside the for loop. So we'll just exit as soon as we find a human on the global fires list that we are the nearest water bearer to, or something like that. And we target the store, and we do this. Man, not really seeing the issue here. Well, you raise a good point there. Right, because normally we're checking this. This is unrelated, but I've just realized something. Normally we're checking that the store is built and contains water, right, and isn't on fire, etc. We're not doing that in the interrupt script. This, you know, sure, yeah, this instance exists store. It has to exist, but it also has to be built not on fire and contain enough water to actually do this. That's one thing. I don't think that makes any difference in this case, really, or... Well, maybe it does, I don't know. Let's try running it. I should really stop compiling with YYC while I'm doing this. That's going to take a minute, so I'm going to take a leak. I'll be right back. Okay, well, what are they gonna do now? They're gonna go to bed. That's not great. Fetching water fire. There we go. It just took him a second to... Because there is no water in the store, right? Okay, I think we fixed it. It's because there was no water in the store? Okay, I'm not totally 100% on how it works or didn't work, but... It was because there was no water in the store. And when we were running the interrupt script, we weren't, like, checking... Is this really how fast they run? They're so slow. I get so used to seeing them with the drummer speed boost. Like, when you actually see the normal speed, it's ridiculously slow. Yeah. Okay, we seem to be good now. Alright. Okay, I may need to slightly reduce the chance for the humans to set on fire. I've been saying that for a while, but then not doing it because I'm like, oh, I'm very on the fence about it. It is a bit crazy how often they set themselves on fire. But I don't know. It's borderline. I'm undecided still. Where the hell are you guys going? Alright. That was a good test. That was good. We fixed it. This is gonna... So I'm gonna stop. It's time to stop. I'm gonna give these guys a chance to get some rest, because they're really gonna struggle. We increased the amount of time that it takes to unlock portal stone shrines and expansion stones yesterday. I think it was roughly 24 hours originally. Now it takes 48 hours. What are you guys doing? Getting a drink, makes sense. Makes sense. We have no hunters right now, so the only fur that we're going to get is going to be through miraculous means. Okay, yeah. Yeah, something weird was going on there. I can't fully explain what was happening there, but I am fairly confident that it's fixed now. Had something to do with the interrupt script being run when there was no water in the store and we weren't actually checking that there was water in the store. They should have been going to the stream, but they purely because it's checked first. They were like, well, the store exists, I'll go there. Rather than saying, well, the store exists, but is it built? Does it contain water? Is it on fire? These things actually matter. Okay, so we gotta give my worshippers a chance to sleep off their... No, they don't have sleep deprivation yet. I just wanted to give them a night's rest, I think, before we We probably don't even have enough space for everyone to sleep. Doing okay for fish, though. The fishers are managing to bring in enough fish for everyone. With just... oh, 4 of them. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I've added a very small chance for the fishers to drown whilst fishing now. I don't think I've seen that happen during a playtest yet. You know, I obviously tested it at the time, but... I'll be curious to see if it happens during this one. Yeah, because we had this, you know, we had this drowning mechanic for a long time, but the only way they could drown is if you drop them in the ocean. Which, the only time that you're ever incentivized to do that is to extinguish burning humans. But there's other ways of extinguishing burning humans, so it's not even the sole way of doing that. Day 32, it's autumn. This is quite a long playthrough. We might actually get through like a full year. I think a full year is like 56 or 58 days or something. Because the calendar is a bit weird in this universe. That's a really nice little feature on the coastline there. Big fan of that. Yeah, I love the procedurally generated levels. It was such a great addition. I can't believe I was ever thinking... I just didn't think I'd be able to procedurally generate the levels. I didn't think I'd be capable of that. But I'm so glad now, and it seems ridiculous that I was ever thinking of designing the levels by hand. And we got kinda lucky. As you can see, the levels are not very big. But this is the maximum room size that GameMaker can support. So the only way that we could make things appear bigger is by making them smaller, if you know what I mean. We could fit more stuff if we had a smaller grid, and if the sprites were smaller, then we could make the map like twice as big within the same room size or something like that. I think we got lucky. This is just about as small as the map could possibly be without it being, like, unplayable or whatever. I am a little bit concerned about the fact that the deer have been going extinct. Well, we've been hunting them into extinction, basically. They can really... Oh, that's because there's multiple... It's like they're like catching fish back to back here. It's because there's multiple fishers fishing at the same time. Yeah. I'm not sure how I would do it, but it would make more sense if the fishing spots only spawned on the coast and not on any of these lakes or ponds. Because sometimes they'll be fishing in like a tiny puddle like this, and it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how to sort of detect whether they are truly on the edge of the map or not. Maybe just... I suppose all you would have to do is look right in this case and see if you detect any solid land before you reach the edge of the map. Something like that. And depending on which sort of side of the map that you're on is which direction it should check in. I've got enough power to supply another tent, I think. Like I was saying, miracle firewood, but that's how we lost a worshipper last time, and this bear is still hanging around. Miracle firewood miracle firewood would be a good one because the carpenters keep getting attacked by wolves. Yeah. The whole point, well, it's not the whole point, it's the point of this map is that it's the open plains, you know. What's going on? What's going on? I don't know what's happening. Someone on fire? What was that? What was these wolves? But yeah, the resources, the wood and the firewood are slightly more scarce, and you have to travel further often to reach them. And in this case, it's a real pain because we just keep wandering into this wolf den. It's true that I can pick them up and like put them near some. I could put them like over here. Put them in this little forest. That's probably what I should be doing. See this guy, he's trying to chop down a tree, so if I put him near a tree, he'll do that. So yeah, they might just need a little bit of help like that. This guy, these guys are all chopping down trees, so let's get them near some trees where they aren't going to be attacked by wolves. Yeah. Oh, this guy's decided to go for the firewood now. Let's bring him back. Hey, Anonagon, how's it going? But if I have Miracle Firewood and Miracle Forest, I can just create firewood and trees around camp so they don't keep wandering off like that. But still, it is cool. Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Been working on it for about 3 years now. And we're getting ready for a Steam playtest at the end of the month. I think we have a few too many deer in this map. I might have gone overboard. Well, at the moment, I'm just kind of playtesting. We just fixed a bug where the water bearers were not extinguishing burning humans. Because, well, we weren't really checking if the store had any water in it, and it was causing issues. They should have been going to the stream, but because all we were checking was that the store exists, they were trying to go to the store, and we're kind of getting stuck in some sort of infinite loop. That seems to be solved now. Boy, the rain is really coming down, isn't it? I have enough power to get some more fur going here. I'll use Miracle Light, mainly so you guys can actually see what's going on. Yes, yes, it does get darker if it's raining, because there's more cloud coverage, so on a rainy night it's really dark. But there we go, it stopped raining. Yeah, I think I went, I tell how much time it goes into a game when that many systems are interacting to cause a minor bug. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. But we're getting pretty damn close to having a bug-free build now, which is really nice. I want it to be as good as it can be for the playtest. Because I suppose what I would rather be getting feedback on is like the gameplay and stuff and that kind of thing rather than bugs. Yeah, we had this problem where the deer were going extinct, so I created a lot more of them. I increased the maximum herd size from 10 to 14, and I added 4 additional herds, and now they're everywhere. We're absolutely swimming in them. Oh, awesome. Okay, well, That's good to hear. Look out for the... I wish I could direct you to the Steam page, but it's not ready yet. So I suppose look out for the upcoming playtest. Or if you really want to get your hands on this build, you can actually become a Ko-fi member and get early access to development builds while supporting the development of the project. Yes, you are right. These levels are generated with Perlin noise. We almost have camp completely built here. We're doing pretty well in that regard. So, I'd say let's wait until... Goodness grief. Has that bear moved yet? It has. Right, to hell with it. We're gonna get this unlocked. Godspeed. Quickly get this guy before he runs into the wolves. There we go. Alright, my worshippers are gonna get miracle firewood unlocked over here, and then I can use that to stop my carpenters wandering off. Put you back over there. That wolf is probably like, what just happened? Yeah, you kind of got to use your imagination with the cubes. I did add nameplates recently. That was Mr. D-Boy's suggestion. I eventually got round to it. I implemented all of his suggestions. He did a little playtest on his stream. And one of them was nameplates. Yeah. Nice addition. Eventually we'll have graphics, but until we do, nameplates are pretty good. Yes, this is all placeholder artwork. This is my coder art. Although I have been trying a little bit of pixel art recently. I made a bunch of sprites for all the humans because they were just color-coded cubes before. And I thought it actually really makes the game a lot more playable if you don't have to memorize the colors of the cubes and you can actually tell who's who. So I'm trying to get all of those done by the end of the month so that we have them in for the playtest. Which is, of course, everybody's asleep now that I'm talking about the sprites. Here we go. So this is my attempt at pixel art. I really like how the fishes turned out. I'm a big fan of those. Yeah. So I've had a few people play the game, and that is one of the things. They're always like, what color is... What's this color cube to do again? Yeah, it's not very intuitive. And you can also see, you know, the gift, you know, above their head as well. And also the current task that they're performing, as well as their temperature and age. Inventories are hidden currently. I might make it so you can see what they have in their inventory eventually. Oh yeah, spent a good few months on these, I think. Not like full time. I was doing other stuff as well, but been working on them for a while. We're getting there. There's only 2 left. I just have to do the breeders and the children, and that's it. As you can see, the children are still just pink cubes. Children should be easy because they're just smaller versions of the default humans. Breeders... I'm pretty sure I have a fairly good idea in mind for what they should kind of look like. Yeah. Wouldn't it be good to see their combined inventories from the town radius? Combined inventories from the town radius. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. What does that mean? Like an overview what the entire town has in total. Interesting. I don't know. You can see what's in the store, and then maybe I'll make it so you can see what's in there in individual inventories. I don't think I would ever do like a total. I'd probably keep it like that. Interesting idea though. I would have never thought of that. How are we doing? Okay, we're getting there. At least now that they all have a place to sleep, that seems to be kind of helping keep them out of trouble a bit. Yes, I quite like the increased herd size, but I might reduce the number of deer herds slightly. It's just that they've been going extinct. No, it's not possible to have more than one tribe. It is the tribe, and there are no other tribes. And there never will be. There's no war or conflict in this world. Not to say that you necessarily have to conflict with other tribes, but the reason there will be no other tribes is mainly performance. If there was a second tribe, we'd really have a hard time, like, keeping the performance levels up. I've done a ton of optimization, and I am streaming right now, but as you can see, I'm barely holding like 160 FPS. It's a bit better when I zoom in. Plus, there's not even a lot going on right now because it's nighttime. And there's not many trees in this map. If you get into a map like a forest with 600 to 800 trees, that doesn't help either. Yeah. You know, I was surprised. I never imagined that I'd be able to, like, create something that a modern computer would actually struggle to handle. Now, of course, a lot of that can be from doing things inefficiently, and I am, you know, definitely guilty of that. I basically learned to code on this project, so a lot of my code is seriously jank, but I've been trying. Oh no, we lost a... Who is this? What is that? What does that icon even mean? A shaman? Oh no. We're getting mauled. We're getting eaten alive. Oh my god, guys, give me a break. I didn't realize that the shaman had died. That's terrible. Let's get them resurrected. Can you stop going over there? For the love of God. Yeah. Eventually, 80% is probably the MP grid. Oh yeah, pathing is the worst thing. Pathing is the most time-consuming thing going on behind the scenes for sure. The bear is attacking once again. I really don't want them to interrupt that shaman over there because he's regenerating mana. Oh my god. There's gonna be some other miracles eventually, miracles that would allow you to, like, cast some sort of intimidation spell on someone so that they would, like, the animal would be scared of them. Right now, my options are fairly limited. And that would be in a later level anyway. Well, it might not be. I was thinking about it, and, like, maybe I would swap out Divine Protection for that or something. I don't know. The exact order in which the miracles will appear in the game has not been decided yet. Because I haven't even made all the miracles yet. We have 17 miracles, and I'm aiming for about 40. But there'll probably be 41 or 42. Because as we've been discussing recently, there's going to be like a special bonus miracle that you unlock by getting the good ending. And there may even be a bad ending miracle as well. Which would be, it would be interesting if to 100% the game you had to get both endings. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, they all have their individual roles. They are quite stupid in the sense that they will just wander back into the same wolf den that they just wandered into 10 minutes ago. But, you know, we have the 10 different gift types, and they all have their various actions they can perform, and, you know, they have to work together to survive. They can't survive without one another. And they do have very complicated logic. The carpenters have the most complicated logic by far. This guy's just trying to gather firewood, so what I want to do is actually help him. I want to find a safe piece of firewood that he can get his hands on, so we can actually stop wandering into that wolf den. See, that's the sort of, that's how I should be playing. I should be like, instead of just being annoyed that he keeps wandering into the same wolves, I should be like, what does he need? How can I help him? Put him next to a piece of firewood. There we go. Yeah, there used to be... So when I pick them up and drop them somewhere, it instantly updates all of their trackers, like the nearest of this and the nearest of that. Didn't used to do that. Once upon a time, it wasn't even a problem because the trackers were always instantly updated, but that started causing serious performance issues. So we had to do like... we had to like update the we had to like scan through all of the instances at a rate of 1 instance per step, and then so it's like if you scan through 600 trees it takes 10 seconds or whatever, and then spits out the nearest tree at the end. So you would pick them up and put them next to like a stream or something, and they would just wander off and go to the old stream. Like, because they still, in their memory, that was still the nearest one. So yeah, it was important to make it so that all of the trackers get updated when you drop them somewhere. Awesome. Oh, great. Yeah, okay, it'll be good to see you over there. Yeah, it should be end of the month. You know, first... I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be probably like the first few days or the first week or something. It'll be like streamers only, and then we'll sort of open it up to everybody else. Okay, so I actually have miracle firewood now, so let's spawn a bunch of firewood around camp, and then we're not going to have this problem anymore. There we go. That should keep them satiated for a while. Gonna head off for the night. This was an awesome stream YouTube randomly gave you tonight. I'm glad to hear it. And on a gun. Have a good night, and hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much. Peace be with you. Peace to you as well. Bye for now. So, I think in the morning we're going to focus on getting these portal stones unlocked. We are pretty well established here. There's just way too many deer, aren't there? I've gone overboard with them. I think I'll reduce the number of herds by like 2, so I'll be down to 10 herds of deer. between 7 and 14 deer per herd. I do like each individual herd being a little bit larger. And maybe it's just kind of on the player in a way to, you know, use their miracles and stuff to not need to kill so many deer so that they don't just all go extinct. Looks like some of the wolves are out hunting tonight. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm kind of so focused on the upcoming playtest that I've forgotten that my call to action is the Ko-fi page. I've got to, it's like the crowdfunding side of it still. I've got to send people that way. It's going to be the playtest in a month. That's no good. There's a Ko-fi page right now. We are chilling right now. We got plenty of fish and water and firewood even now. We're doing good. Everything's built, so we don't need to fell any more trees. We can just... we're sitting pretty. So let's get these portal stones unlocked. We're already halfway. What's happening? Getting attacked by bears again. That's not what you want. That is really not good. Yeah, this specific configuration that we got here has proven to be very challenging. We even lost somebody earlier. We've had 2 deaths actually in this map. And it's only level 2. It's only level 2. Usually I just breeze through everything. But not today. Okay, why are you not fleeing from these wolves? That's concerning. So, they're looking for mushrooms. Okay, so this, I'll put you next to one. It's literally right there. There you go. So there's something going on where the shaman don't flee when searching for... Yeah, and that's probably... Yeah. That was... I think that was done intentionally, but I maybe didn't really think it through. Because it's like, oh, well, they need to ignore... You know... They need to ignore that stuff so that they can regenerate mana so that they can continue healing people in combat. But if they literally just ignore the wolves and get themselves killed, that's not going to help anybody, is it? Right. Okay, so shaman. Let's make a save right there. Shaman should not be ignoring the wolves or anything. Shaman should flee from danger if they don't have any mana, basically. This is probably a fairly easy change to make. It would make a lot of sense if this stuff was all in a function of its own. So basically, they just ignore the nearest predator, aka the nearest threat, when they are either hunting for mushrooms, picking mushrooms, or regenerating mana. And I think we probably just don't want any of those things to be true. The problem with it is, it's not bad, and I think we probably still want to do this, but they will only look for mushrooms when they are below like 20 mana. It costs 20 mana to heal, and they have 100 mana, so they can heal 5 times before they run out of mana. But what they could do is pick a mushroom, eat it, regenerate 20 mana, and then get attacked by wolves, and then they wouldn't pick another mushroom to continue regenerating mana unless I implemented some additional logic for them, and I'm not even sure what that would look like, but kind of like downtime logic, where if no combat is currently happening and I have less than 100 mana, let me go pick some mushrooms or something like that. Because the problem being, if they just cast a single heal, well, can't that just be done with state prioritization alone? Just like healing people is higher priority than regenerating mana, so they will always opt to heal. That's true. That's true. And we actually have, do we not? I think we actually have a list of all of the injured humans, so if anybody is injured anywhere on the map, they could be aware of that, and that could prevent them from... Well, that's not good, because if they have no mana, we don't want to prevent them from regenerating mana if somebody's injured. But it could be like... What would it be? Like, I don't know, actually, I just confused myself. But I at least like this idea of using the state prioritization, which is as simple as, so we just remove that, we're going to remove that, because that's not good that they don't react to the wolves when they're literally eating their face off. And then if we go into the state conditions, we can just change it so that instead of regenerating mana when their mana is below 20, we can just say if your mana is below 100, but you will always choose to heal people if somebody needs healing. That's pretty good, right? The only thing is, if like somebody is just outside of their range and they're not aware that they need healing, they might leave to go and get mana, and then this person is like... But people do, well, it depends on the situation. They prioritize like running away if they need to, but they will visit the shaman. They will run to the shaman for healing. As long as there isn't some imminent threat, they will actually go to the shaman for healing. So that does help, the fact that even if the shaman is going away somewhere to get mana, the human will try to get to them. But the shaman would need something that breaks them out of the shroom hunting state if there is someone who needs healing within range to get them to then switch back. Something like that. So, okay, you have to have greater than or equal to 20 mana to heal somebody. Makes a lot of sense. And then state shroom. If your mana is less than 20. So we could literally just say if your mana is less than 100. But I mean, it will drop to 80 after you've healed once. But we can just say less than 100. So if you're not full mana, you can do this. I mean, they could wind up in some situation for the aforementioned reasons where they have like 99 mana or something, and they still might want to go and regenerate that single mana, so they've got an extra heal in the tank. Okay, so that's all good. Don't you just love design changes? I'll just change this number to this number. Man, the life of a designer, eh? State, shroom. See, there's no bleed interrupt. I might just be able to get away with enabling the bleed interrupt script in here, which interrupts this action if somebody needs healing. Let's have a look at it. If somebody if somebody needs healing and they're within range and you have enough mana to cast at least one heal, then it kicks them back to idle, breaks them out of whatever state that they're currently in so that they can do that. So yes, simply by enabling this in here, we've achieved exactly what we wanted. And also, we could do that in the picture room. The question is, do we do that in the tripping state? Once they've started regenerating mana, do we just let them, like, regenerate to full before they do anything? Even if someone's, like, standing right next to them asking for heals. Because they're going to be more useful. Otherwise, they'll have to go and find a second mushroom. That's the thing. It's, well, you might not even want them to do the picking part. Well, oh, okay, I think it's fine. We can interrupt hunting for the mushrooms and picking the mushrooms if you have the mana to heal somebody still, because the mushroom will still be there. If you've already picked it and you regenerate 20 mana and then you stop because you now have enough mana to cast a single heal, but then that didn't actually heal them to full, now you have to find a second mushroom just to regenerate another 20 mana to then cast another heal, and they still might not be full, so that is quite problematic. So I think once they've actually started, once they've consumed the sacrament and actually started regenerating their mana, they should just kind of, you know, stick it out until they're 100% mana again. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay, so cool. Some nice little balance changes there. Hell yeah. Oh, let's fix the deer while we're at it. We've got way too many deer going on right now. I do like the idea, like I say, I like the idea of the larger herds, and I even kind of like the idea of a couple of extra herds, just not 4 extra herds. It was a bit much. That is in, yes, room definitions, and we're going to change it from 12 deer herds to 10. Excelente. Yeah, it's a weird game. It's weird how simple it is, but it's not actually simple. It's actually extremely complicated. It appears simple until you kind of like actually look at it and you sort of realize how much is actually going on. But that's just because, you know, in real life, like, I don't know, it's like I can effortlessly do stuff. But when you actually try and program an entire tribe of people to do stuff, it's insanely complicated to write that in a language, whereas consciousness can just kind of do it because it's amazing. So this guy, what was this guy? This guy's like he's trying to get his mana. He's trying to get his mana back, but he's actually going to react to the wolves now. So that's good. But I can help him. I can like put him near a safe mushroom over there. Beautiful. Hell yeah. So he'll eat, so they'll actually like, they'll top themselves off now as well, instead of just waiting until they basically completely run out of mana, which I think is nice too. Oh, these guys are just on an absolute rampage again. I'm going to spawn more firewood around camp. Okay, oh, no, okay, yep. We're still unlocking this portal stone. Has that bear moved? It's kind of moved away a little bit. Oh, the child is on fire. Luckily, it just started raining. Don't worry, the water bearer is on the way to fix it. Look out! She's gonna blow! One of your rides is about to break down. But don't worry, a mechanic is on the way to fix it. Alright, hopefully we're not going to have any more issues with this bear and we can get this portal stone. Whoa. Blowing a gale today. Wolves doing a bit of hunting over here. Got themselves a nice tasty deer. Yeah, interesting. So we've kind of shifted from like bug fixing into like balance changes now, which is kind of cool. Is that a good sign? It feels like a good sign. Yeah, I'm very excited for people to get their hands on it. Very excited to watch people play it on stream and stuff. Honestly, I'm kind of just excited to sort of sit back and watch for a while in more ways than one. This month, I'm definitely going to need to ease off a little bit. I've been overdoing it for sure. But whilst Jonas is working on the artwork and the logo, and we get people playtesting it, and I have like a really nice solid build, I can turn my attention elsewhere and start putting together a pitch deck and getting ready to approach publishers and stuff. And I can just sort of step back from development for a little bit. I think I kind of need a break, to be honest with you. Plus we have some nice weather coming up. I want to make the most of that as soon as we locked inside for another 9 months again here pretty soon. None of the fishes have drowned. We've been doing a lot of fishing, and not a single fisher has drowned. I wonder if the chance for fishers to drown needs to be a little bit higher than it is right now. I would say so. It's something we want it to happen occasionally. We want people to engage with that. And I'm noticing, though, that we're having absolutely no problem keeping the conservation level up. But then again, fishing doesn't reduce your conservation level at all. And maybe it should. It probably should. Boom, 2 more to go. Please be careful, guys. There is an aggressive bear over there. Alright. So, I'm gonna want to get the... I still haven't actually tested it. I wrote it yesterday and was pretty convinced that it would work. But assuming it does work, it is nice that it now prioritizes using the non-sleep deprived worshippers if some of them are sleep deprived. It will default to using sleep deprived worshippers if they're all sleep deprived. But when it puts together the worship groups now, it will... yeah, will prioritize taking the non-sleep deprived ones first. But we got all of our tents built. Everyone's fine right now. I'm always trying to keep like 2,500 power, just in case somebody dies and needs resurrecting. Where's the exit portal? There it is. As we can see, 2 of the 4 flames are now lit up. So, in the morning, I just want to get the rest of the miracles if I can. I mean, I don't have 9 worshippers. Why don't I have 9 worshippers? What's going on? Is that a bug? Is it bugged? Is it just that the UI is showing the wrong number? I'm sure I had 9. I still have 30 humans, so I still have 25 adults. $23? $23? What was going on? These numbers seem like they're off. What's going on? Nobody's dead right now. Population's 30. Oh. Twen 24. 24, yeah, I swear I have 9 worshippers. How many... We've still got 3 miracles left to unlock in this map. For the love of God, dude, please, just stop. Problem is, they're gathering the firewood so fast. And then they... oh, sweet Jesus. We need something where, like, they stop gathering firewood once they have a certain amount. I'm not sure if that's a thing right now. Like, they'll stop hunting, fishing, and foraging once they have a certain amount of food in the store. They'll stop fetching water once they have a certain amount of water in the store. That kind of thing. What's happening? It's this bear. I don't know if there's anything like that for firewood. I think that's... Not that we have a great deal. Well, we have 26. For the love of God. What are you... Shaman's trying to get mana. Right, I'm going to help them. I'm going to take them to a nice, safe mushroom. There you go. And we've got another shrine to unlock right here. I'm just trying to work out if I actually have 9 worshippers. I'm pretty sure I do. Which would be enough to unlock 3 of these simultaneously. Where's the other one? Here it is. Jesus Christ. What are you doing, man? Oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you still out here? my god. Whew, okay. I don't know what these guys are doing. He's definitely... He wants to go to bed now, but during the daytime... I feel like the shaman are just going absolutely ham on the mushrooms. Are they like hunting for mushrooms even when they have full mana or something? Oh, sweet Jesus, it's happening. Okay, where do the other worshippers go? Okay. This is intense. I don't think I've played a map this intense. Or maybe people just keep getting injured so often that they are just genuinely out of mana. I can't even see anything. Let me enable this. Where are the mushrooms? There we go. You get that one. Where's the other guy going? Where is he? I don't know where the other shaman is now. He's eluding me. Okay, you're good. Right, you can go back. I just want to keep an eye on these shaman, dude. They're up to something. Where's the other one? Okay, they're not doing anything crazy. They're just chilling out. Alright. Guess it is working as intended then. Let me just create a bit more firewood, because I gotta keep these frickin' carpenters under control. I could just convert them into something else, but then nobody would be there to pick up any firewood for us. Okay. Take 2. Oh, that was a water bearer. Sorry about that. Alright, and the third and final shrine. Just to see... Oh, yep. They're going, so that would imply that we actually do have 9 worshippers in total, but according to the UI we only have 8. Which means that the worshipper didn't get added back to the worshipper tracker when I resurrected them. Would be my assumption here, because I resurrected that fallen worshipper earlier. I'm probably not going to be able to fix that during this playthrough now. I mean, I'm going to be able to fix it, but it's not for this playthrough. I think that will forever be screwed. Depending on how that gets loaded. It might actually be fine after loading a save. In fact, I could have checked that right there. If I loaded my save, does it go back up to 9? It might do, actually. If I just load, do I have 9 worshippers again? No. No. So I think I must actually be saving and loading the number itself. It's not like recalculating it at the beginning of loading a save. Okay. Man, I could use a burrito right now. Resurrection. Okay, global tap. Resurrection. Worshipper. Am I spelling it wrong? Well, I mean, if the variable didn't exist, it would give me an error, wouldn't it? What is going on? It is definitely global dot worshipper with 2 P's. And there it is being incremented when we create a worshipper. Upon death, let's just have a look. It goes down by 1 if they die. But that appears 3 times, which is deeply concerning. But we know that it didn't go down by too many, or did it? What if it went down by 2 and then only went up 1? And that's why it's at 8. Oh, this death code is terrible. It really needs refactoring. The fact that we have the same thing in 3 different places is just not good. I mean, they definitely weren't drowning. Both of them. This is if you smite somebody whilst they're drowning, I think. There's drowning, not drowning, and what happens if you smite them whilst they're drowning? It's insane. So we didn't smite them, they weren't drowning, it would have been this one. So I fairly safely assume that it didn't go down, but I think it probably didn't get incremented back up again when we resurrected them, but why? I mean, it's quite clearly... There it is, Jesus Christ. Why is it so hidden away? What do you want from me, game? Well, it could be time for a break. Maybe it's trying to tell me I should take a break and get something to eat and then try and fix this. Because it's not as simple as just not adding 1 to the global worshipper tracker, is it? Okay, well, yep. I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be back in just a little bit, I guess. What am I actually, let me figure out what I'm doing here. I feel like I should probably actually make a decently sized meal, so... Yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'll be probably around an hour again. Get some lunch and stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Let's take a look here. I think my best bet is just to try and replicate the bug to begin with. Don't know what else to do. Nope. Who is healing this guy? I thought I got rid of all the shaman. Actually, is it accurate? Do we actually have 8 worshippers? I don't know anymore. Holy shit, they take a long time to burn, don't they? It's kind of crazy. It's because, you know, a lot of them could potentially get set on fire at the same time, which is harder to deal with. Let's speed up time a bit. Okay, worshippers goes down to 7, resurrect this guy, goes back up to 8. Okay. I think the worshipper count was wrong. I had 9 worshippers, but it said I had 8. And I thought it was because, you know, one of them died and I resurrected them. Might not have been that. What I did do was cast divine intervention on them, basically, like, right as they were dying. But I don't see how that would make any difference. Before resurrection. Don't know, actually. I mean, they would have, at some point, have been assigned to be a worshipper from being an ungifted human, at least. Whether they was something else before they were a worshipper, unlikely, I would say. You know, why would casting divine intervention on them do anything? Well, the rain is going to extinguish them. I basically did DI like right before they died. Oh, that was actually after they died. Worshipper 6. Oh! So something about casting DI on the dead worshipper. Or the okay, I can't cast it on them when they're a grave. Or is that because they're already in camp? No, I can't cast it. Okay, so I did actually manage to cast it like pretty much as they were dying, and it went down by 2. So the issue is actually that it went down twice. And it's probably because they like died and then returned to idle, maybe? And then they died again. Because maybe casting divine intervention on somebody changes their state. Interesting. So it's quite a rare sort of edge case. Actually not really that rare though, because you're going to be trying to divine intervention people who are dying or in danger of dying. Let's have a look at what divine intervention does. Yes, it puts them back into the idle state. Right. Interesting. So somehow they're able to DI cost divine intervention clicked. Left pressed. Divine intervention object human state not equal death. Okay. What? Yes, basically somehow I'm able to get them to execute their death code twice by returning them from the death state to the idle state. So maybe just an additional HP check in here would be all we really need. That's very weird though. If they're already in the death state, I'm not supposed to be able to click on them with this miracle selected. But I am able to. Something to do with order of operations, I guess. Yeah, because I don't fully understand what, like, order everything is happening in here. Like, how is this working? Multiple. They have. Yes, reaching 0 hit points is what kills them. And then that puts them into the death state as well as doing a bunch of other stuff. And it is kind of weird. Most of the time I check whether they're in the death state if I'm checking if they're dead. But sometimes I do check if they're at 0 hit points. I've not been completely consistent with that. But it's just weird. It's like... So obviously I'm clicking on them when they're not in the death state still, otherwise I wouldn't be able to click on them. But then in like that same step, after I've clicked on them, they're getting put into the death state, or I wouldn't be able to click on them. It's not the resurrection that's causing it, it's divine intervention, which returns them to the idle state, and then they die again because they have 0 HP. But I shouldn't be able to perform divine intervention on dead humans, but somehow it's possible. And I just don't know how. And I'm wondering if it's enough to just put, like, you know... Does it reset the action timer when they die? Probably. No, and no mention of it in here, actually. Yeah, I wonder if it's enough to just, like, you know, if HP greater than 0, you know, we can only do that if they have more than 0 hit points. You know, it's almost as if the global left pressed event happens before they've entered the death state. But the global tap event happens after they've entered the death state. Right. Which would mean the best way to do it is actually just to put a state check in here as well. It's kind of a bit of a pain that we have to check it twice, but if it fixes the bug... Oh, there's really no reason for this harvested thing. I could go through and strip them all out, to be honest with you, because humans are not going to be harvestable. I just don't think we're ever going to do that. It was just there in case I made it so the animals could eat the humans eventually, but they just turn into gravestones. And that's probably just how it's going to be. So I can just try replicating it again. Let's see if it's still possible. Okay, so this is my test subject. I'm gonna cast Divine Intervention on this guy right before he dies. Oh, I was too late. It's fine, I can resurrect him and do it again. What a terrible fate. Okay. I didn't actually check how many worshippers I had. That wasn't a good test because I didn't look at the number. Whoops. 7. Yeah, I think I had 7. I mean, I was still able to cast it on them. Okay, let me take note of how many worshippers I actually have this time. I have 10 worshippers, okay. And so this would be true of all of them, not just worshippers, right? I just happened to be testing with worshippers because that's what it originally happened on. Okay. Fuck. Okay, there we go. I was able to teleport them right before they died. And the number of worshippers only went down by 1, which is good. I think I just kind of need to keep testing this though. To really make sure that I can't replicate it anymore. I mean, it almost has to be like frame perfect. Maybe it does have to be frame perfect, I don't know. That was pretty close. The last time I actually saw the skull particle effect created like right where they were standing. So they were actually teleported after they were dead, technically. Well, don't know. I don't know how it works. Is it possible that the global tap event can like intersect like where it? That's probably not how it works, right? It doesn't just suddenly execute the global tap event in the middle of a bunch of other code and then start running the rest of the other code, or does it? I would assume that like mouse events or gesture events happen at a specific time, Yeah. I don't know either. Not sure if that's even in the documentation anywhere. What the hell is going on with this guy now? He's... Oh shit, he's trying to visit a non-existent shaman. Okay. He thinks this other worshipper is a shaman. Interesting. So that what, the shaman are not being removed from the nearest shaman tracker when we reassign their gift. Interesting bug. Wow, we are finding a lot of bugs. This is really good. Human injured humans trying to visit shaman who are no longer shaman. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Oh man, I was so close. I've actually run out of power to resurrect them now. I'm just gonna have to start burning more worshippers. Sleep deprived and burning. Well, I'm struggling to replicate it. I guess that's a good sign. Here we go. Okay, that felt like frame perfect. That was very close. I am just gonna keep trying, but I think it's fixed, and I probably want to go through and look at all of the various miracles. Although, hey, press okay. How's it going? There's a real religious cult in Toronto called Catch the Fire. Okay. Fuck. It's hard to time it. Oh, nice. Why with a controller, though? I'm not surprised. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Good solution, I suppose. Yeah, I enjoyed it. But I didn't play it on a controller. Well, that's pretty good. Hey, well, it was close. Have I even been like paying attention to? I've just been trying to like play this weird mini game where I teleport them right before they die. I've not even been paying attention to the thing, the worshippers count. We have 3 worshippers. And now we have 2. I don't seem to be able to replicate it, which is a good sign. But I don't think there are many other miracles, or any other miracles that... Well, that might not be true. There might be some that change their state. It would probably make sense, like, just any creature. Just make sure that you can't perform any miracles on any creatures that are dead, seeing as we seem to have identified that the problem is that the check as to whether they're dead or not is performed in a different event from where the actual miracle code gets executed. Damn it. One final worshipper to burn. Well, this is a pretty useless test because... Well, actually, I don't know if it is capped. Maybe it can go below 0. Huh. Might be able to go below 0. Fuck. Okay, well... I'm pretty sure I fixed it. It's a hard one to test without writing something that like automatically performs the miracle as soon as they hit 0 hit points or something. So I would say let's go through all the miracles. Well, basically, it's any creature, but I'm just gonna go through them. Summon. The hell is summon? Oh, right. Life, miracle forest, miracle firewood, mushroom, fountain, divine protection. Divine protection does not affect their state at all. It literally just puts divine protection on them. However, it would probably be nice just because then you wouldn't waste the player's mana by potentially casting divine protection on a dead human. Which I guess you could do if the same bug existed, which it will. Invisibility, same again. Although it probably isn't going to mess up the, you know, it's not going to cause them to die twice and mess up the trackers. It'd still be nice. to not waste the player's mana. Smite, same thing, I guess. And then you can also smite a bunch of other creatures, can't you? Oh, is that how I do it? Well, this is absolutely fucked. Oh my god. See, there's why do we have two? Because this would also work for humans as well. Humans are a child of the creature object. We're creatures, are we not? Why do I have this then? Is there something unique about it? I don't think so. Looks... this one just... Okay. Yeah, but we could just build something in there that checks if they're a human or not, and then removes them from the population list if they are. Everything else is like exactly the same. Okay, well... I'm gonna... let's comment it out to begin with, rather than just deleting it, because you never know. And then put this bit inside here. Global.target, whoa. Didn't realize that was how Smite works. And then... if object index, because we're in a with, equals object human. There we go. Okay. And it's actually already here, the state checks on this one. Fair enough. Whoops. DI, that's the one we just did. Calm, storm, water. Yeah, you can cast water on humans as long as they're on fire and not dead. You can also use it to extinguish animals. Wait, oh, maybe not. Maybe that's not actually... oh, wait, no, this looks like it is. It is. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the right way of doing it. Gotta be honest with you. Although this includes trees, tents, hut, crash. What? Why is the store not included here? There, because it has its own thing, because you can use this miracle to add water to the store. Yeah. I still think that casting it on a human should replenish their thirst. We might as well do it while I'm here, alright? This gives, like, an additional use for this thing. I think it's more useful to to use it to deposit water into the store, because that way I think you get like 25 water or something, and more humans can drink. Whereas if you just cast it on one human, it only replenishes their thirst, but costs the same amount of power to perform. Now the problem here is that some of these, like trees and bushes and tents, don't have a death state. So when we check that, it would freak out. Freak out! It really is like there's something in the air here. I swear I'm constantly like on the verge of getting sick. It only started when I moved here. Just another reason to leave as soon as possible. It probably is like this old building. This building has like water damage and stuff. It's probably, the walls are probably full of fucking mold and stuff that I can't see. Oh, so am I really gonna bother rewriting this? I don't know, clicked dot thirst equals 100 as well. There we go. So now it just replenishes that thirst as well. I think the funny thing is that being on fire doesn't increase their temperature still, but they will actually increase the temperature of people standing near them when they're on fire. That doesn't really make any sense. I think basically what it should be like is that whilst they're on fire, it just kind of constantly sets their temperature to some very high amount. The effect that that would have is that, well, depending on if we perhaps, it's kind of it's kind of pointless aside from the fact that it would look weird to examine the temperature of a burning human and see that it's quite low. Because we would probably want to like reset their temperature to a normal temperature when you extinguish them again. Otherwise, it would have the effect of them having to like cool down to avoid getting heat stroke or something, depending on how high we set their temperature to be. Although heat stroke doesn't exactly work like that. It's literally they just instantly die if they get hot enough. It's really not a high priority thing to do because it's purely that it would just seem strange that a human that is literally on fire is not particularly warm. Okay, okay, but this one, what is it? What is it about this? If we want to do the same thing, where we check the states, then I might as well bring this across the bit about the parent of parent is object creature. And then do it something like, how would we do this? Inside equals false. Interesting. Well, you're not supposed to be able to click on them in the first place if they're inside. This is probably, well, it can be included if we do this. And again, this So if we were to do it this way, it would make this part redundant again. The animals do actually have thirst as well, though, don't they? The trees and bushes do not, nor do the tents. Yeah, but this would cover humans as well, so we could essentially remove this whole chunk. How do I do this? Get rid of that bit, and then it's like I think I need brackets within brackets here, right? This part is universal, as well as this being universal. So we get some extra brackets around this whole, this whole bit. And then we say or here. And then we get rid of all the animal related stuff here. Hut, crash, tree, miracle tree, bush. And then inside false, not dead or harvested. So any type of creature that's not inside, not dead or not harvested, or any of these things. And then universally on fire must be true, and you must have enough power, and they must be within the sphere of influence if they're not human. Oh shit. That's the thing. See, this is why you don't delete code, because you do something thinking that you're being smart, and then you realize there was a reason that it was done the way that it was done, and you just were unaware of it. Because the difference here, I mean, you can build it in. It's true, you can build it into this one. Is it still more efficient? Yes, probably, right? Yes. So we'll build it into that one. So this would need to do... Fuck. What? It's gotta be like, get some extra brackets around this bad boy, and then global clicked dot object index equals, or does not equal, object human, or where does this go? Inside the... When you get frustrated, you tend to delete code. I have just sort of given myself the rule to never delete code, because it's backfired on me so many times. Usually just comment it out and keep it there until it's been there for like 12 months, and then I'm like, you know what, it's probably not coming back. We can delete it now. And even then, sometimes I have some commented code for 6 months, and I'm like, yeah, I think we can finally delete it. And then the next day I'm like, well, where's that code? I really need that code right now. It's a nightmare. So you can do it like that, right? So if it's not a human, they have to be inside the sphere of influence, or if it's a human, then it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah. It's got to be slightly more efficient than kind of doing a bunch of stuff twice, isn't it? Oh, back to where I was. Where were we? Something to do with miracle water, and I would have to do the same thing on this one, basically. So anything that's not a human must be inside of the sphere of influence. And if you're casting miracle water on a creature, it can't be inside, and it can't be dead or harvested. If it's not a creature, if it's one of these things, then... You know what the funny thing is? We've already set it up so that you can only click on things that you're supposed to be able to click on with miracle water. So why are we checking again? I have no idea. I think I'm realizing that there's no reason to. It's just inefficient, but I'm probably not going to change it now. But considering we can't click on anything that we shouldn't be able to cast miracles on in the first place, depending on which miracle we have selected, there's literally no reason to check why. We're just like double checking what we're trying to perform this miracle on for no reason, basically. Although it is necessary to check if we want to check additional conditions specific to certain things and not others, right? Then it does become necessary. Or we could basically just do like if the parent of parent is object creature, then do this, else just don't do that. And we wouldn't need to do all this. That's probably how we should do this. Okay, I might actually do it. And then the part about thirst applies specifically to... I don't like the idea that we're going to have to check that again, but it is true that it only applies to creatures. And why not? Why shouldn't you be able to use miracle water to give the animals a drink? I don't know. Why not? It works on the humans. Yeah. That's not what I was trying to do. Fuck, I just totally deleted it off my clipboard. I needed that. Give me that. Give me that biscuit. If Scooby-Doo. If parent of parent is object creature, then we also refill their thirst. We always set extinguishment to 100, because we know that we're only performing this on things that can be extinguished and are on fire. And then this, yeah, this would be like... This would actually be... Instead of all of this garbage, it would just be not this, right? Get rid of those brackets, get this. Copy, paste, not equals. Right? So if parent of parent is object creature, then it can't be inside, it can't be dead or harvested. Or if parent of parent does not equal creature. And we know that we can only... If you've got parents, you can see why not. Well, what were you responding to there? I've forgotten what I said. What shouldn't I be doing? There we go. Because in here, like, if I have Miracle Water selected, there's, you know, it will only allow me to use it will only allow me to click on things. The endless if check. If we've got parents, see why not. I don't know what you mean. I mean, anything that we can click on with Miracle Water selected that is not a creature should just be handled like this. Well, it doesn't need any of this stuff. So this covers all of our bases instead of having to do so many different checks. I'm pretty sure it works. Let me just read through it then. Mode water. If parent of parent is object creature, then it can't be inside dead or harvested, or if it's not a creature, and then it can't, for everything, it has to be on fire, and and then we've got the bit about if it's not a human, it has to be inside the sphere of influence. If it is a human, then it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that works. We can test it. And this means that I can strip this bit out completely. But I'll just comment it for now, just in case. And okay, we're back on the road. Miracle fire, campfire, store, hut, crash, human. Oh, this one. Now this is absolutely insane. It does actually need specific handling for every different creature type. Not to say that the specific handling couldn't be built into one thing, though, and that would still be more efficient. But can I really be bothered changing it here? I mean, we're here now. No better time to do it, really. All of the different animal handling stuff, the stuff that's unique to all of the different animals could be built in, and then there would be less checks involved that way. We have one thing that just checks if you're casting Miracle Fire on any type of creature, and then inside of that we check which type of creature and do the necessary stuff for that creature. Right. Oh my goodness. Why is there no sphere of influence check on these? Is it like... I don't know. Does that mean I can just perform this miracle on creatures even if they're outside the sphere of influence? Because we don't seem to be checking that. That would definitely be a bug if you could do that. Shit. I didn't start in test mode. I don't have Miracle Fire unlocked. Go start in test mode. I mean, I don't think you can do this, but I don't know where the code is that would prevent you from doing it. No, I don't seem to be able to set them on fire. Oh wait, no, I have 10,000 power. I'm definitely good for power. Okay, but I don't get like the error sound. I don't get any audio feedback. Interesting. There's something somewhere is preventing me from performing this miracle on creatures that are outside of the sphere of influence, that's for sure. Huh. Maybe there's some check further down here that's like after we've done all of that. It's probably this. Yeah, okay, it's down here, right. Oh, that's crazy, okay. So it's like it doesn't even allow us to click on them in the first place. It doesn't allow us to assign them as like the global clicked object if they're not in the sphere of influence to begin with, unless they're human, which means it's completely redundant. Once again, I'm discovering that 90% of my code is completely redundant. Because we can't even click on anything that's not in the sphere of influence that we shouldn't be able to click on unless it's in the sphere of influence anyway. So what are we doing? What are we even doing with our lives? You know? Okay. Yeah. It's basically anything that's not a human. God, I wish I commented this code, eh? Let's figure it out. Object human, you can click on them anywhere. Anything that's not an object human, you can only click on if they're inside the sphere of influence. It would make a hell of a lot of sense if I could have the audio feedback built in. Yeah, what the hell even is this shit, dude? But that's only for mode hand. This is absolutely insane. What? If I could just have this here do the sound effect when you can't click on something instead of having to build it into every single miracle, that would make a lot more sense. Yeah. As you can tell, I've been putting off refactoring this for a really long time. And now I'm faced with the consequences of my own actions. Smite, object human. So why do we have unique handling for smite? I have no idea. I have no idea, dude. Because if we're smiting a human, we should be able to do that outside of the sphere of influence, but if it's a creature, we should not. Okay, anyway, the takeaway here is that we can't even click on anything outside of the sphere of influence that we shouldn't be able to click on in the first place. So doing these additional checks to see whether something's in the sphere of influence is completely pointless. You'd put the functions into the creatures and have them decide whether they should be clicked on or not. Interesting. I'm not sure if I would do it that way. I probably wouldn't do it this way, but I'm not sure if I would do it that way either. I haven't like formulated a plan there at all because I've just been neglecting to. I've been trying to avoid dealing with this. But if I was to write it from the ground up, I don't even have any idea of how I would actually do it. But I can at least improve this slightly, I believe. So it's like a hut. It wouldn't let us click on huts if they were outside of the sphere of influence anyway. I'm a little bit scared of just deleting code, so we'll just comment this line out for now and check everything still works, because it's fine. I guess the playtest isn't until the end of the month. I do have time. I'm getting a little bit like in my own head, like this build needs to be perfect tomorrow kind of thing, but no, I've still got a bit of time. I do need to finish the rest of the sprites this month though. Oh, that's a nightmare, because I've sort of mentally checked out on sprites now. In my head, I'm done with them. I've like washed my hands of them, but it's not true. I'm not actually done. Crash. Okay, what was this? Oh, summon. Okay, yeah. It's an easy one to test at least. Miracle Life. Miracle Life, yeah, is one where you should only be allowed to perform it within inside of the sphere of influence, and you're not actually clicking on anything, so we do need to check that you are indeed trying to perform it within the sphere of influence. Else if we'll play this sound effect. That's why certain miracles do need the error sound thing in here. But anything that involves like performing the miracle on an instance, if it could just be built into the other one, would be preferable, and it's like then it's all handled in the same place. Miracle Forest is the same. Forest, firewood's the same, mushrooms the same, fountain is the same, divine protection, which can only be performed on humans anyway. Same with invisibility. What is this? What's going on? Smite. Okay, it just looks weird now because I've commented out like the first bit of it. But Smite begins here now. So Smite, it's like we don't even need to, we can just delete this whole last section because we shouldn't actually be able to click on anything that we shouldn't be able to click on in the first place when we have Miracle Smite selected. And also this seems very redundant. We're checking that they're not in the death state, but we're also checking they have more than 0 hit points. I couldn't honestly tell you which is the better way to do it, really. I mean, it's like 0 hit points. They could have 0 hit points, but they haven't yet processed the death code because it's in the end step event, not the step event. So they could have 0 hit points but not be dead yet, and you could actually perform this miracle on them. But it's still part of the same step. It's just the end of the step as opposed to like the middle or the beginning of the step. So I don't know, I'm just gonna leave it for now. And what? If you don't have, right. So if we want the error sound to play if you're trying to smite something outside of the sphere of influence, though. Uh-huh. Well, that's that's probably the reason some of my error sounds don't work. I was aware of that you didn't get the audio feedback sometimes, but I didn't know why. And it's because we don't even allow you to click on the thing. So, you know, clicked does equal no one, or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why I do it that way instead of doing an instance exists global.clicked would kind of make more sense maybe. So this probably just doesn't work, right? Because I don't know, actually, maybe it does work. I mean, if this, no, right, yeah, because, no, okay, so it should work, right? If clicked equals no one, then it should just go to this else if, and then if my mouse cursor is outside of the sphere of influence, yeah, it should work. Okay, I'm fairly confident that would actually work. Which means I still don't know why I don't get audio feedback on some of them. I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. Divine intervention. I've totally lost the plot. Okay, I don't remember what we're doing. Divine intervention can only be cast on humans. Miracle Calm doesn't have a target, neither does Storm. Miracle Water has a target. The campfire object. Okay, the campfire object. It's okay, yeah, the campfire is not a human, and thus we would not be able to click on it if it was outside of the sphere of influence, so this is completely redundant. And that goes for anything that's not a human. Oh god, here I go, deleting code again. That is reckless. That is a dangerous move. I'm gonna comment that out. You play a dangerous game, sir. No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. Okay, and then this one. Get rid of this whole bit. Should really pay attention to what I'm actually doing. Campfire. Okay, we've gone from Miracle Water to Miracle Fire now. We did this one, which is creatures or not creatures. We got this one, which is storm. Okay, so now we're on Miracle Fire. Campfire and store. We should not be able to click on if they're outside the sphere of influence anyway. This is completely pointless. It's not like we're gonna, you know, gain any frames per second or anything by doing this, but I'm just aware that it's wrong, inefficient, suboptimal. Huts, the same applies to huts. Crash, the same is true of those. What is this? Humans. Yeah. I'm not even checking it because I realized there was no reason to check it. So now we're back to this. Should I keep going through and finish what I was doing first, though? See, I knew it with this stuff. It's like half and half. Part of the time, you can actually see where I went completely insane. But I regained my sanity whenever I was writing this part. What the hell is this? Good lord. Well, that's why the frickin' sound doesn't work, right? Because you can't click on these things outside of the sphere of influence. Why are there so many brackets here? What is going on? Good lord. Okay. Right. And what? Global click does not equal. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because it does equal no one if you weren't able to click on the thing. Does that mean global clicked gets like zeroed to no one every time you click something at the beginning? No? I think I actually clear it. Yeah, I clear it at the end of every miracle instead of clearing it once before, like when you first click. Oh my god. Okay. So we finally solved the mystery. Mode equals fire, and you don't have enough power, or you're trying to click on something outside of the sphere of influence, or in fact just clicking anywhere outside of the sphere of influence that isn't a human. Well, no, that's... Clicked would have to equal no one. It would either have to be you don't have enough power, or clicked does equal no one, and you're clicking outside of the sphere of influence. It would have to be like that. It probably means there's a bunch of others that I need to go back and change now. Oh my god. Okay, what is this? Miracle Fur. That looks good. Well, I don't know if it looks good, but we're not doing the redundant check. Okay, that's cool. And then if you try to basically perform Miracle Fur without enough power, you'll get the error sound. That's fine, right? That's fine. Miracle Resurrection. What? What the hell? It's not even checking if they're dead. Wait a minute, what? Are you telling me that you can actually perform Miracle Resurrection on humans that are already alive? And I've just never tried it. This is insane. Oh, I can't believe some of the shit that we're finding today. This is what happens when you actually, like, stop and playtest the game for the first time in 12 months or something. Oh boy. Okay, so... Well, no, because Miracle Resurrection also refills their thirst and hunger. They basically just, everything gets put back to 100%. So if I can cast it on a living human and get them to refill their thirst and hunger, then we know that you can actually perform this. Basically, all I did was remove the check that said they couldn't be dead. I didn't actually check that they were dead. I'm not checking that they are dead. We're just not checking that they're not dead. Wait a minute, what? Okay, let's try it on this one. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Hand and... It's because I tried to like group it in with Miracle Hand, and you can... It needs to be its own separate thing, I guess. Is what I was trying to avoid that, I suppose. I need to like... So Miracle Hand, you should be able to pick up dead humans with it. And I'm going to remove this redundant check as well. And then Miracle Resurrection, you should only be able to use on dead humans. Sweet Jeebus. Okay, that's that done. And if you try to perform this when you don't have enough power, you get the error sound. That's fine. And this is all build mode stuff. Okay. And then I need to go back and look at all the error sound stuff. Let me just, like... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Just keep those highlighted so they're easier to see. Mode, life, power, MP grid gets it. What? You can't perform this miracle on forbidden cells. You can't perform it outside of the sphere of influence. You can't perform it if you don't have enough power. This one's all fine. That makes sense to me. Forest. If you don't have enough power, or if you're trying to perform it, yeah, that's fine. Firewood is the same. Mushroom is the same. Fountain is the same. Yeah, I suppose, because like with this one we're... See, with Fountain, we're using collision rectangle to check that you're not trying to place it on top of something else, basically, or intersecting something else. And if it is, then we go else, but then we do the thing where we're like, see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Oh, okay, so we need to... we need to build the point distance isometric check into the first portion of this, and then just delete the rest of this stuff. And then if you try to cast Miracle Fountain outside the sphere of influence or too close, it's already in there. It's already in there, for God's sake. So all I need to do is turn this into an else instead of an else if. And we should be fine. Okay. Right, protection. Just if you don't have enough power. Okay, same with this one. Smite. So I try to smite a creature. Okay, and then else if I don't have enough power. See, why are we checking that twice? We're already checking that you do have enough power to actually perform the thing in the first place. So this one should just be an else as well, right? If you have enough power, you're not clicking on a forbidden cell, you're casting it inside the sphere of influence. If one of those things isn't true, then just play the error sound. There's no need for all of these extra checks. I'm pretty sure I've just realized that I've started deleting code. Oh my god. Okay. Miracle Forest is like, you've just got to cast it inside the sphere of influence and have enough power. Oh wait, is the problem? Oh my fucking god, dude. Back it up. Back it up. Is the... How many did I do? Okay, is the problem that you'll get the error sound whenever you're casting any miracle, because, you know, if I'm using any other miracle besides Miracle Forest, then this isn't true. That sounds like a problem. Right, so it still needs to be an else if you have Miracle Forest selected. Still. Okay, so there's that. Shit. Alright. I think I got it figured out, finally. That's what happens when you revisit ancient code that you've forgotten how it even works. Okay. Miracle Life. Miracle Life. So basically, this one just becomes like else if Miracle Life. Right? Miracle Forest. Else if Miracle Forest. I'm going to close this window. It's gone from boiling to freezing. Oh shit, this auction. Yeah, it's... How long's left? 8 minutes. It's... No, I'm not bidding that much, dude. I'm definitely not getting that one. Been trying to get a copy of Unreal Tournament back in the collection ever since I sold mine. Many moons ago. Unfortunately, I just had to sell a big chunk of the collection off at one stage because I was broke. And I haven't managed to get all the games back. And Unreal Tournament's one of my favorite boxes. You know, it's no Quake, but it is a great box. Okay. Mushroom. Fountain. This water filter has been pissing me off. I'm doing such a good job of hydrating, but then I drink all of the frickin' water and it can't filter it fast enough. So I got super dehydrated yesterday, and all of my hard work went to waste because I had no water to drink. Divine protection. Divine protect. Okay, how's this one gonna work? If clicked does equal no one, then you're trying to perform this miracle on something that you can't perform it on. Simple as that. And you know, if you don't have enough power, so I think it's basically just else if divine protection. Basically, we don't need to do this power cost check. And it'll be the same for these ones. And what is this? Smite. 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 If you're smiting any kind of creature. Yeah, again, it just won't let you click on something that you're not supposed to be able to click on, so I think once again, it's literally just else if mode equals smite. Divine intervention. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. Sort of just distracted by my life situation. Mode calm. Calm. Yeah, just get rid of this one. Hey, Fox, how's it going? Storm. I was playtesting and then we found some bugs, so I'm fixing them now. Miracle water, campfire, clicked dot fuel must be greater than 0. It doesn't even allow you to cast it on there unless it's lit. We just go to else if store. Fair enough. And then we have this new double feature where it's creature and not creature. And then we basically just need to do this. Miracle fire. So this is the one where I'm considering. It works. Is it really worth refactoring? Yes. Yes, it is. Because every time I add a new creature to the game, I don't want to have to add a new else if statement to this monstrosity. So it's I mean, yeah, it's slightly better. I still have to add unique handling for every new creature that gets added to the game, but that's unavoidable, basically. I could turn it into a function, but I'd still have to keep updating that function. This is why I want everything else to be locked in before I start adding new creatures to the game, because it's just a monumental undertaking. Maybe I should leave it until the time comes, you know, instead of spending more time on this right now. And then here's the thing, and I think we can basically delete. Wait a minute. Clicked is none, and you're outside the sphere. But Miracle Fire is not something you can cast without a target anyway, so that doesn't make any sense to just like play the error sound for no reason. Really. Because you're not trying to cast it on anything. So we're just gonna delete this. Okay. We're getting there. Miracle Fur. I think this one was already okay, right? Maybe I even sort of... Because Miracle Fur was a fairly recent addition. It was one of the more recent miracles. So it means the code might be slightly better. Oh, it still has the power check there, which is redundant. It's just like that. Resurrection. This is the miracle. No, it's not. It's not the miracle. Wait, no, it is. That was the latest bug. The latest bug was that you could resurrect humans that were already alive, which doesn't make any sense. Pretty hilarious. Yeah. Okay, and then we just get rid of that. And then that's it, we're done. This is all build mode stuff now. Hell yeah. Okay. So I'm not as you can tell, I'm not doing that refactoring right now. I'll store that one away in the back of my mind until it rears its ugly head once again. Okay, so now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'll be right back. think I'm just going to remove the thing where the conservation meter is replenished by the animals reproducing, because it's... I think the game is basically just too... It's like impossible to lose the game. It's impossible to get the bad ending, I should say, right now, because... well... yeah, it's probably impossible, really. Okay, what am I doing? Should I just continue my playthrough, or do I kind of need to test some stuff first? Well, we should probably check that you can't resurrect living humans, and we should try and check, like, some of the feedback on some of the other miracles, I guess. Okay. Well, it's nice that the miracle code is, well, hopefully slightly better than it was, assuming I haven't completely broken it, which is also a possibility. Here we are. What if I try and... hey... get the error sound if I try and ignite things outside of the sphere of influence. That's rather nice. Oh. I even get the error sound if I just click it anywhere outside the sphere of influence with this miracle selected. Oh. Oh. Okay, even inside. I just straight up get the error sound if I click anything that I can't perform this miracle on, or even if I click on nothing, I get the error sound. Because it's... right. So if I didn't want that, which I don't, for miracles that can only be cast on instances, I would need to check that global.clicked does not equal no one. That would be the check that I need to do in the else if statement. I just want to check that I can't resurrect living humans, of course. Let's see. Let's cast resurrection on somebody. You stop stacking up, for God's sake. Let's try this one. I actually get an error sound. Quite nice. But again, I'm even getting that if I click on nothing. See, I don't like that. Because, I mean, it's like, obviously I can't resurrect the ground. Okay, alright, okay. Just a lady from downstairs, she's not sure about the situation with the apartment building and who she should be paying rent to. Oh, because the old landlord is trying to evict us and they're just being an absolute dick. And I'm going to court in 10 days. They're not the landlord anymore, so they have no right to evict us. That's literally not something they can do because they don't own the building anymore, unless the current real estate agency or the current landlord is pulling some sort of fraud and, like, they don't actually own the building, in which case I am fucked. But we're banking on the fact that they actually own the building. Otherwise I've been scammed out of thousands of pounds and actually owe thousands more to a different fucking landlord. But we're really hoping that's not the situation. Otherwise I've got very few options. And the number one option is, like, jump off a bridge. Okay, but we're hoping to avoid that scenario. Okay, what am I doing? I'm trying to make it so that we don't get the error sound when we're not actually clicking on anything. Gotcha. So it's a little, yeah, it's a little bit. I'll be honest, I'm quite distracted. I'm struggling to focus a bit at the moment because of all of this stuff going on in my life. I've got that. I've got people fucking harassing me. It's just. Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. There's people out there who wouldn't think twice about killing somebody to get something from them or whatever that they want, and unfortunately I live amongst those people. They're everywhere. I don't think it matters where you go. Those people exist. So I'm dealing with that as well. Bunch of fucking sociopaths. Alright. Okay, where are we? What are we doing? This one, Miracle Life, right, so mode life, global power, right. How would this one work? How would the ones that don't require you to click on something work? You know what, rather than me actually trying to figure this out, the easiest way is just for me to try it. Okay. What's an example of that? Miracle Life. If I try and cast Miracle Forest, any of those, if I try and cast those outside of the sphere of influence, well, of course I want to get the error sound if I'm casting it outside the sphere of influence. So I don't need to do anything for those. Alright, okay. Fountain. Fountain would be a good one to check. Make sure that's all working. Invisibility. So, right, this is one. So, I would want to say global clicked does not equal no one. But it's going to equal no one if I'm trying to click on it. So invisibility is not a good example. Smite, for example. If I try and smite a creature outside of the sphere of influence, clicked will equal no one because I can't click on it in the first place. It's not going to get assigned to that variable because it's outside the sphere of influence. I don't think there is a way for me to actually fix this or get it exactly how I want. It's fine. It's good enough. You'll just get the error sound if you're trying to perform the miracle on, like, nothing. Yeah. I can just survive until I finish the game, then hopefully I can move and get into a better situation. That's the plan. I've already been through 6 months of homelessness whilst developing this game. It was one of the only things that got me through. To be honest with you, it was a good escape. As much as everybody around me tried to stop me. But that's nothing new. Alright. Miracle Fountain. Can't cast it outside. Can't cast it on top of anything else. Not quite sure why it's appearing behind those. That's not right. Can't cast it on top of a human. But I can cast it there. Once it's down, it's down. You can't move it again. I will make it eventually so you can move it, I think, but... And, what was I just thinking? I was just, oh, right, it's not supposed to be behind everything else. Why is that happening? Would be the next question. Because I don't think that happens for the build objects, right? It shouldn't do. I should have checked while I was still there. God damn it. See if I have, like, build mode campfire selected. I think it might... I think the part that actually draws the UI is somewhere else, though. Just to be extra confusing, you know? Although I guess it kind of makes sense that it's in the UI portion of the code. Where is that stuff? Where? I think it's actually in here. Fountain. See, yeah, I've added fountain. Draw sprite. There is no depth on this. There was a reason. There is a reason that I don't draw it on in the draw GUI event. Like, I don't know, it doesn't line up to the cursor properly, or there is, I've forgotten what it is, but there is a reason. Instance create depth, click follow. Okay, that has a depth, but the sprites don't seem to be drawn with a depth. I think it probably just inherits the depth from this object. I tried changing the depth of was it this object recently? I tried changing the depth of some object and it completely fucked everything up. I was only doing it for testing something, so it wasn't going to stay like that anyway. Oh really? Okay, they all appear behind everything. That's not what I want. So I probably just need the depth of my GUI object to be, like, in front of everything else, right? And that should fix it, maybe? I'm assuming the sprites are just drawn at the depth of this object. Yeah, I don't know what. If the landlord is committing fraud, then I have to, like, sue them or something, I guess, is the only option at that stage. But that sounds like an expensive procedure as well. Nope, that doesn't actually work. Okay, so I've got to figure out how to get these sprites drawn at the correct depth. Because it's not to do with the object depth. Is there like a draw sprite depth that I'm just supposed to be using, maybe. What about this? Does it have a depth? Nope. Is that some kind of like a draw depth? How do I get these to draw on top of everything else? That's a good question. Yeah, I forget why now, but we create a temporary object that follows the cursor and then use that to draw the sprites in the, like, you know, so they follow the cursor. I forget why it was necessary to use a temporary object for that, but it was. Okay. I'm not sure if this is possible, because I'm pretty sure it's either whatever sprites get drawn first appear on top, or it's whatever sprites appear last. I'm assuming that whatever's drawn first is in the background, and then everything that you draw after that would appear in front of it. And so my sprites are just getting drawn before everything else, presumably. And that's why they appear behind it. And I have no idea how I would, you know, change the order of operations so that they actually appear behind. Maybe no, because it's a draw event. It's not like there's a end draw and begin draw and draw. Or is there? I don't think there is. Oh fuck, there is. Draw end. So if we just put all of this in draw end instead. What is this? Grid. I would put the grid on top of everything. I don't know if I want to do that. Tile readout. Okay, everything after this point, if I put it in draw end, then it would get drawn after everything else that's being drawn, right? And it might actually cause it to appear on top. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, that works. There we go. Did it. Alright, sweet. So sweet, you guys. Oh yeah, what is it? It's like 2 days until the new season of South Park starts? Sweet. Okay. Cool, that's nice. That's a nice little bit of UI polish right there. Pretty happy with that one. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Oh yeah, you can like zoom all... Oh. Don't press insert, whatever you do. Don't press insert, that crashes the game. I think the insert key, I used to use it to spawn additional humans for stress testing, but now it just crashes the game, so we should probably disable that. There we go. Nobody's going to crash the game by accidentally pressing the insert key like I just did. I don't know why it crashes the game now. But it does. It surely does. Alright, I'm pretty sure we've arrived at a point in time at which we have fixed all of the bugs and made all of the balance changes. So I'm going to push this to the repository. And this is the part where I have to try and remember what I've even done today. What did we even do? There was that resurrection bug. Fixed, resurrection. Miracle resurrection. Being able to be cast on living humans? There was some sort of fixed, I try and put these in chronological order as well as best as I can. Fixed, fire interrupt bug. It's a nice short one. You know, speaking of balance changes, I would like to, I'm just going to do it real quick. Throughout my playtest, none of my fishers drowned at any point, which is good for them, but I think the chance for them to drown should be higher, obviously, if it hasn't been happening at all. That's not great. So that, where is that? I think it's built into the fishing state itself, actually, so it's on the human object. Which, once again, doesn't make any sense. It should probably be a function of its own, and then it could be used anywhere. The drowning function or something. The chance to drown function, I don't know. State fishing. On global tick, we do a random roll, and if we roll a 0, we put them in the water. Pretty much. And 39,999. Let's go down to 29,999. That should do the trick. Increased chance for fishers to drown when fishing or whilst fishing. I think chance for fishers to drown whilst fishing. What else have I done? Something about the miracles? What was wrong with the miracles? Well, we could resurrect living humans. Oh, we had that thing where okay, fixed bug where miracles could be performed on dead humans if cast right as they were dying, something like that. It doesn't seem like a very good description, but hey. Updated miracle water to replenish thirst. Okay, did that. shaman. There was a bunch of stuff with the shaman, right? Shaman no longer ignore threats whilst hunting / picking mushrooms. Mushrooms. Yeah. Still don't know about that, right? Because once they've eaten the mushroom and they're regenerating mana, they will actually totally ignore threats until they've fully regenerated their mana. Is it true? Is that true? It's one of those situations where we probably want them to break out of that state if they're being targeted directly, but they should ignore nearby threats if they're not. And it might already be like that. I'm not sure. We need to check. No, there's nothing in here like that. Okay. Targeting me. Is targeting me still a thing? I feel like it might be. Yes, okay, so... Oh, and it's... Yeah, okay. So... We keep a list of things that are targeting me for both drummers and shaman. And we can use that to prevent them from performing certain actions or break them out of certain states if something's targeting them directly. So we can have it to where they ignore... Interesting. Ignoring nearby threats. Right. Okay. That's probably the desired behavior, right? They would still search for, pick, and eat mushrooms unless they're being targeted directly, even if there was a nearby threat. Right, and that works the best because they will try to keep themselves alive if they are attacked directly by, like, running to a guard for assistance or running away. But if someone else is being attacked right next to them, let's say, they would still try to regenerate their mana, which would then allow them to continue healing. So it's like the best of both. It's perfect. That is what we want them to do. So... First of all, healing. Now, healing we want them to do even if they're being attacked themselves. We want them to try and heal people, but... shroom. So, we only want them to forage for mushrooms. Where's fleeing? Where's fleeing on this list? That's a good point, actually, because... Oh, man. Just gotta get my head around how, like, this all works again. No, it's not how it works currently. They would react to a nearby predator even if they were tripping. Yeah. So they would actually be broken out of that state. Oh right, it was the thing of like, where do we run the bleed interrupt script is what it's called, and we don't run it in here. This is the thing where it's like, they'll try to replenish their mana as long as it's less than 100, unless somebody needs healing and they have at least 20 mana, which is enough to cast one heal. Basically, that they also have to be in range. But people do run to Shaman for assistance. So, okay, so that's like a separate issue. That's, should they stop doing what they're doing to heal somebody else? And we decided they shouldn't stop tripping. They shouldn't stop regenerating mana to heal somebody else, because that would be problematic. They'd regenerate 20 mana, stop, heal them, then they would need another mushroom, and they might not have even like healed them to full, you know. They might need several mushrooms and they keep interrupting themselves. Yeah, so that makes sense. But we want it to be like, they ignore nearby threats unless they themselves are being targeted directly. I think I need to look at the fleeing code for the shaman then. Shaman fleeing code begins like here. So we are using the targeting me list. Right. But it's still like, nobody needs healing and I'm being targeted directly. Because even if they're under attack themselves, we still want them to get heals off. That does increase their odds ultimately, right? I'm not sure what this means for us. Why did I have to open this can of worms right at the end of the day when my brain doesn't even work anymore? Okay, drink water. Just check this message. By this logic, shouldn't they only be interrupted by the presence of a nearby threat if nobody needs healing? No, we just straight up said that if they're in the healing state, they're going to ignore this. And so it must be the case that the lowest health human, that's what it's called, right, has a range check built in? Or does it not? Because isn't that gonna fuck things up? Because we have, if the range check isn't built in here, then it needs to be somewhere else. And I need to figure out whether it's better to build it in here or put it somewhere else. Okay. Lowest health human, right. But when you think about the name of that, this is just the tracker that tracks the lowest health human. It doesn't say anything about range. Not like nearby lowest health human. So the range check is going to be built in. Okay, so we need the range check. Okay, look at the state conditions for state heal. There's going to be a range check built in here. We need the inverse range check built into the fleeing stuff, right? Because it's like, maybe somebody does need healing, but they're out of range. They shouldn't be aware of them. They would be unaware of them if they were out of range. State flee. I think I just went right past it. There it is. So if instance exists, if instance does not exist, lowest health human? Or instance exists, lowest health human, but is out of range. Okay. So now they can flee if nobody needs healing, or if nobody in range needs healing, if that makes sense. Okay. Something. What are we trying to do again? We gotta... Okay. So there would need to be an interrupt on the states themselves. You can do that too. Actually, rather than putting the interrupt in the state itself, then we probably want to build it into this. That's kind of easier, right? So we've it's like I'm just gonna get these seagulls off the roof. They're really loud. Off, dude. Okay, how does this work? They should not react to the nearest predator unless it's targeting them directly. No, but you know what I mean. We actually want to put those states back in. Held heal. 1, 2, 3. State. Oh yeah, my S key is kind of broken. Shroom. Pick mushroom or whatever it's called. Pick shroom. And trip. They will not actually react, but then we need like a separate part of this, and I'm not quite sure how to do it. But we need a separate part of this where if they're being targeted directly by something, so the targeting me list is not empty, then we actually do want them to flee or return to idle, basically. And then we just need to make sure that state prioritization dictates that they will flee instead of returning to whatever they were just doing. Otherwise, then we got an infinite loop on our hands. Healing is higher priority, right? We don't want them to. We still want them to heal, even if they're being targeted directly. But then, like, all of the picking mushrooms and stuff needs to be lower priority than the fleeing code, which I think it is. This is around line 520, and then state shroom is okay. That's fine. That's fine. We're good. I think. Yeah, and they enter directly into the other states. It's like a state chain. So there are no conditions for the other two states because they go directly from shrooming to picking shroom to tripping. A tale as old as time. All right. Okay. So I don't know why I have like a mental block on this. I can't see how I'm supposed to do it, but there's got to be a way. I'd like to do it without a ton of duplicate code, of course. I think I have another one in here that I haven't been able to refactor yet because I can't wrap my head around it. There's a bunch of duplicate code that is probably avoidable, but I just can't figure it out. If something's in range and I'm not in any of these states, it's like the only time we don't want to flee when we're being targeted directly is if we're like already fleeing, or if somebody needs healing and is in range. That is it, right? Basically. And there's obviously we don't flee if we're dead or whatever, but so there's some overlap. So how would I do this? Okay. So there's going to be some of these that are common to both and some of them that are unique to each. This is the thing. This is why I have a ton of duplicate code in the other one, because I struggle with this so much. I could do it. I could easily, well, maybe not easily, but I think I could do it with a bunch of duplicate code in here. But that's not the ideal way of doing it, is it? I'm just going to do it because then I've got something to work with. It's not going to be pretty. Okay. Instance exists. Well, nope. Now we're doing DS list not empty targeting me, and state is not already idle. I'm not inside. I'm not invisible. I'm not already fleeing. I'm not held by the player. I'm not healing somebody. I'm not dead. I'm not harvest. I'm not in stasis. But if I'm in one of these states, that's where we do actually want to break them out, right? So, what, did I just remove them? Is that it? I guess so. Right? I think my brackets are actually supposed to go around this whole thing, right? So the common thing to both is that gift equals shaman, and then it's all of this or all of this. So if there's a predator in range and I'm not in any of these states, I'm going to flee. Or if I'm being targeted directly and I'm not in any of these states, I'm going to flee. That works, it's just there's a lot of duplicate code. And I have another one that's very similar. It's the drummers. The drummers keep drumming even if there's like nearby threats, because it helps to give everybody the movement speed buff during combat, so they need to be playing the war drum, you know? But if they're being targeted directly, they should try and stay alive. So, yeah, now that if we go look at the drummer code, that would probably be quite reassuring actually in this scenario, would it not? Or maybe I have actually kind of found a better way of doing it. I don't know. Can't remember. What is this? Does this even work? Okay. So, okay, this is how I've done it with the drummers. So this is all the universal stuff. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I could, okay, that's not bad. I think I did actually kind of figure this out at some point. I thought it was still fucked. So, the nearest predator exists and is in range, and I'm not in the drumming state, or if DS list targeting me is not empty, and all of this stuff is universal, applies to both of these. So we would take the three that we want, we would make all of this stuff universal, we would move this bracket to here. This is all universal, and then in here we would just have the three, right? So now it's like gift equals shaman is universal, nearest predator exists and is in range, and I'm not in any one of these three states, or something is targeting me and I'm not in any of these states. And but these apply to both, sorry. So in both of these scenarios, I will not return to idle if I'm in any of these states. Perfect. But these states only apply to the nearest predator being in range. Okay. I think that's it, right? Gift equals shaman. And instance exists nearest predator. And point distance isometric from myself to the nearest predator is less than my perception radius. And I'm not in the shroom, pick shroom, or tripping state. Or something is targeting me. And all of this applies to both of them. Yeah, that seems good. Seems good. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, that's turned out better than expected. And that is it, I believe. I don't need to do anything else. I hope. Because we checked state prioritization handles everything else in the fact that fleeing is higher priority than any of these three states. And we don't need to add anything into the states themselves to break them out of those states, because that's what this does. And we also did the thing where they, what was it? They will flee even if somebody needs healing, but they're out of range, because that, I had overlooked that. So that's a pretty nice behavioral update for the shaman right there. That's not too shabby. I just hope it all works. Hope it all works, to be honest with you. Okay, prevent prevented shaman from fleeing if not being targeted directly whilst shrooming. That's a catch-all term. And allow shaman to flee if lowest health human is out of range. See, I'm realizing the problem with the lowest health human thing is that there could be a human that needs healing in range, and they wouldn't heal them. That's actually why the range check needs to be built into the tracker itself. And that way, each shaman knows the lowest health human within range of themselves. That's actually really nice. That's important. Where can I get the range check? So the range check is going to be removed from here and removed from fleeing. So it's just back to how it was, right? What have I done? Get rid of that. And then in this one, we add target. What is this? Oh, I'm looking at completely the wrong thing. Why does that use point distance and not point distance isometric? What? Okay. Just using the wrong function. But anyway, that is correct. Wait. What? Hold up. No, I mean that's how I'm doing it on the other ones. Give me something with a built-in range check. There we go. Okay. So now lowest health human. The lowest health human tracker will only contain humans that are actually in range. And we've removed the range checks from both healing and fleeing, so that now it looks like if the lowest health human doesn't exist, which means there could be an injured human, but they're just not in range of this particular shaman, or you're going to heal the lowest health human if they exist, because that implies that they're already in range. It implies it's not in range to heal, but you can perceive them. You know what I mean? Dead humans are extremely injured as you can get, I suppose. That is very true, but we don't class dead humans as injured humans. They are excluded from this tracker by the very nature of their deadness. Alright. Alrighty then. Why is this so big? I think I had a really long name on something and I had to extend it. And I never put it back again. Okay, so that's good. Unfortunately, we've got a couple of like untested changes there at the end of the day, and I don't think I really have the time to test them tonight because they're difficult scenarios to replicate, and we'll just sort of have to do more testing in the future. Oh, thank God. That means I don't have to draw sprites yet. I've found an excuse to not draw sprites for another day. Oh, we have to test these changes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, those sprites are just gonna have to wait. Okay. Okay, but I will at least, like... I will at least try running the game and make sure it doesn't explode or anything. Just gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. It'll kick into demo mode in 30 seconds or something. See what map you get. It's always exciting. You know, it doesn't help that for the last 2 weeks in a row they've sent me milk that was about 2 days away from expiration. I was able to get it refunded, thankfully, but it doesn't help that I don't have any milk. All well and good refunding me, but what am I supposed to drink? Okay. What are we doing? We're just hopping back into the playthrough? I think we might be. Okay, what am I... The last thing I was trying to do was... Right, because it says I've got 8 worshippers when I actually have 9. That was how this all started. Ugh, and it's still gonna be bugged. I can't fix that anymore on this playthrough. It's gonna be wrong the whole time. Or wait, the thing is, if I was to like reassign them to something else, it would go down to 7, and then if I made them a worshipper again, it would just go back up to 8. It's not like it's gonna correct it. But yeah, the fact that I'm able to unlock these 3 simultaneously means that I do have 9 worshippers. Although it's proving challenging with these wolves. That little sort of, whatever that sound was, that was the combat layer fading in. I have an adaptive music system that fades in different layers depending on what's happening. This shaman is looking for a mushroom, and I'm going to help them out. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not used to it. They'll do that much more frequently now, because they'll do that if they've lost so much as a single mana point. The rest of the worshippers down here still seem to be doing okay, though. Wow. I'm so glad that I did that I'm doing all this playtesting, because I had no idea that any of these bugs even existed. And there's been a lot of them. You know that stable build that you think you've got? It's not stable. You're living in a fantasy land. You're completely delusional. That's a pretty cool expansion stone. Right on the tip of this outcrop here. Yeah, if I can figure it out. I mean, I did come up with an idea before of how we could prevent the fishing spots from spawning in these pools and make sure that they're only along the coast. Yeah, basically, how would we do that? We need to make sure we get total coverage, like anything above... Huh. Would you do that? It's not. We can't just say anything above half the room height to look up, because this is above. Oh, is it? Well, you can imagine this. I think this might be just above half the room height, but we want it to look to the right. We could say anything to the right of half the room width. Look to the right. But then that wouldn't make sense for like this one, which needs to look up. But there's got to be some combination of rules that I can express that would look in the right direction. And basically every time we spawn a fishing spot, we need to look and see if we find solid land, or see if we find land before we find the ocean again, and then we know that we're not right on the coast. There's got to be something to that idea. If I can just figure out how to implement it, we can prevent the fishing spots from spawning where they shouldn't be. Because you could probably fish in this tiny little pool here, for example, which is going to be ridiculous. So it wouldn't contain a great deal of fish. It probably wouldn't contain any fish. It's not game breaking or anything, but it's a nice detail that I would like to implement if I can. Yeah, so I've been thinking in my head of changing up the levels, the level order a bit. The other day I was saying how I think the next level after this one is the savannah. And I was thinking after that we should go to the desert, which is not what we do currently, I don't think. I quite like that, the sound of that progression from temperate forest to open plains to savanna to desert. I'm not quite sure where we would go from there. Perhaps straight into the boreal forest? Back to a forest again, but this time a boreal forest. The first thought that popped into my head was rainforest, actually, but rainforest is, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but I mean, it just kind of makes sense that it would be quite quite a hard level, because the rainforest will contain the most deadly creatures of any level, I'm pretty sure. You know, it's abundant. It has, like, resources are plentiful in the rainforest, but that's counterbalanced with the most deadly creatures in the game. That's sort of the idea for that level. So, but maybe it sort of balances out. I don't know. It's like you got great access to resources, but very dangerous creatures. I'm not sure. But also I think basically the way the levels are laid out right now, it's just a difficulty curve like this. There's no variation. I think there should be, it gets a little bit easier, a little bit of a difficulty spike here, and generally trending upwards, of course, but, you know, not just a smooth curve. So it kind of amps up in difficulty a little bit, and then eases off again for a while, and sort of has a bit of a variation or variance to it. I think that's typically how it's done. It's a little bit unusual to give your game like a perfectly smooth difficulty curve. Okay, so our worshippers are all resting. We'll give them a chance to get some breakfast in the morning, and we'll send them out to get the remaining portal stones. As you can see, I've skipped all of the expansion stones again. Even though I buffed them, I still tend to just skip them. But that's just me. I'm like, just give me those miracles and let me get out of here as quickly as possible. I'm over it. In a way, I've become like the worst person to show off the game because I'm absolutely sick of it. Oh, water bearer's on fire. I'll let one of the other water bearers extinguish them. Okay, please be careful, guys. It's a dangerous route you're taking there. Let's get them on the complete opposite side, away from these wolves. Yeah, I added that little particle effect when they're regenerating mana because there was no way to tell what they were doing unless you had the bars enabled before. A nice little touch. Although, oh my god, how has this happened? I think I probably want to change the color of it. Maybe to be the kind of bright blue that represents the magic in the rest of the world. I don't know why I went for that dark blue. Oh, sorry about that. That's not what I was trying to do. Who did I just convert into a hunter accidentally here? Oh my god, what is happening? What are these guys even doing over here? Oh, I didn't disable the... Oh my god. Holy smokes. This is the most intense playthrough that I've experienced so far. Whatever this configuration is that we got in this map, has been kicking my ass. Yeah. These guys, they eat a lot more mushrooms now. Like every time, even if they just cast a single heal on somebody, they then go and... Whoa, it's snowing! We're in winter! Yes, that's my favorite. I never get to see this. I never get a playthrough that goes for long enough to experience winter normally. It's like my absolute favorite time of year in the game. I hate winter in real life. But I love winter in game, because of the beautiful particles. Temperature's about to rise above freezing again though, so it'll turn back to rain. Very cool though. Yeah, we are, what, like 10, 12 days away from having been, having played for a full year of in-game time. Wow, it is really coming down out there. Can I re-enable this shrine? Yes. Might as well get one of these portal stones underway. Wow, that that was a very slow quick save. Fuck it. Let's go for the third, well, the second portal stone as well. And that'll be the last one we need to open the portal to the next level, the savannah. It's not going to be snowing there, I imagine. I don't think it ever snows there, or it'd be extremely rare if it did. Oh yeah, I did slightly increase the chance for the humans to the fishers to drown whilst fishing, but it still hasn't happened. But we've not been playing for that long. I still have that one hunter. Oh. I don't want one hunter. They were a fisher before, I had 4 of them. There we go. Oh, the wolves are out hunting. Careful, guys. Let's get them back to camp safely. Oh wow, the deer escaped. Will they be able to chase them down? It looks like they've got them cornered. Maybe they will. Oh, so close. Deer might actually get away. No. It's kind of rare that you see them, you know, actually escape the wolves like that for so long. Evade them for so long, if you will. What's happening? What is going on? Oh shit. No. There we go. Oh, I had the wrong miracle selected. What's happening now? It bugged? So is these wolves here are still attacking, but they're not. Okay, oh, now it stopped. What was that? That was strange. Nobody died though, right? We're okay. Weird bug with the overlay there, though. Where the hell are they going? Traveling to the stream. What, have we run out of water or something? Oh my god, the store! What happened to the store? Did it burn down? Was it attacked by animals? Was it blown down in the wind? No. It wasn't the wind. Oh my god, this is absolutely fucking terrible. Oh, shit. Holy. Get out of there. Oh, okay. Disable that. That one's disabled. What's happening? Oh my god. We have 2 shaman, 3 guards still. Okay, we're quite well defended. They're gonna keep going to this fucking stream now, though. There's no water. Oh my god. I think the store must have caught fire and I didn't notice what was happening. Maybe that's what it was. Because the overlay was up, but I thought it was the wolves. The arrow was pointing to these wolves still. I didn't clock it. I didn't catch what was happening there. this is... So we lose everything that was in the store if the store gets destroyed like that. And somebody died. It was one of the worshippers. We have enough power to resurrect them, though. That was insane. Okay, we got to get this situation under control again. Shaman out here looking for shrooms in a wolf den. Ballsy move. I go to this stream now. Oh my god, what is it now? This wolf is attacking again. Get out of here, wolf. This is some high octane gameplay. I didn't realize that it could get quite this crazy so early on. I mean, this is level 2 and it's absolutely insane. So why are they not building this? That's a bug. Carpenters are not rebuilding the store. That's terrible. That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen right now. You gotta be shitting me, dude. They fully supplied it. It has all the lumber. No, they need fur. So it's my bad. It's my bad. It's not bugged. We're good. We're good. Right? Please, for the love of God, tell me we're good. I cannot deal with more carpenter bugs right now. I will literally jump out the window. Please tell me they're going to rebuild this store. It's because we don't have any hunters. They're not bringing in any fur, so... I don't know what happened to it still. Did it burn down? Was it destroyed by the animals? I have no idea. I was panicking. Come on, please, please, for the love of God. Traveling to campfire? Why? Are you going to put fuel on it? Oh, thank God. Alright. Everything's under control. Normality has been restored. We can... Oh my goodness. We gotta get some water back in this store so people stop going to this damn stream. What? Okay, we got another portal stone unlocked. These guys are freezing their nuts off. Get back home. Okay, they don't seem to be doing too bad at this stream. I'll just keep an eye on them for a second. Okay. So we got one more portal stone. This one. And I think we still have to finish unlocking one of the weather miracles. Miracle Storm. We're really close. Snowing again. This is fucking bonkers, dude. I didn't know the game could get this intense, actually. It's been a really pretty crazy playtest. A lot of bug fixing thrown in there as well for good measure, but it's been pretty intense. I've got to be honest with you, like, if it gets this bad and you're trying to manage like additional systems on top, like crafting, if I was also trying to manage crafting stuff, then again it's all probably going to be heavily automated, so there wouldn't be much that you needed to do. But you know, if there were like natural disasters, crafting, and quests as well, it would be almost unplayable. It would be like too much stuff going on. Which is a good sign. It shows that we're kind of achieving like a good sort of level of engagement or whatever, even with this kind of basic version of the game. A light dusting of snow on the ground. The trees don't change. That's one thing. We don't have sprites for the snow-covered trees. Right, this is it. I'm going to make a save right here. This is the final portal stone, and we'll be on our way to the next level. Still none of the fishes have drowned. Good for them, I suppose. But I would really like to confirm that it actually works. I mean, we know it works, because I tested it just by giving it a very high chance of happening, but, you know, I need to achieve that sweet spot where it just occasionally happens. I suppose the thing is they spend a lot of time, like, near the campfire. They're going to be there if they're too cold, they're going to be there if they're cooking, they might even be standing close to it if they're just hanging out around camp. I suppose relatively, they spend relatively little time actually fishing. So yeah, the chance for them to drown might need to be higher still. But I should probably test it for a while longer before I make any rash decisions. Yeah, when I started this level, I'd maxed out my power bar, right? I had like 10,000 power coming into this level. Look at us now. Jesus. Here we go. Here we go! Final portal stone. Boom. I wish we had a sound effect for that. It would be a little bit more impactful. That guy's freezing, or gal, possibly. Guy. Get warmed up. Okay, so it's if they drop below 36, they turn blue. If they drop all the way down to 35 core temperature, they just instantly die of hypothermia, which is basically how hypothermia works. Listening to like a interview with one of those deep sea divers who, what do they call them? Saturation divers who work on pipelines and stuff. And like the boat became unanchored or something. It was like drifting away and like they basically lost their umbilical, like the hose that's providing all of their oxygen and warmth and everything. And they had some reserve tanks of oxygen, and they lost their light and everything. I forget why they didn't have light, but they were basically just stuck at the bottom of the ocean, completely alone, with no light, just in pitch black darkness. And they just ran out of oxygen. And they were like, they didn't have oxygen for like an hour or something, or 30 minutes. But they didn't die. They didn't even have any brain damage. And they think it's because they were so cold, because they didn't have heat either. They think like because they were so cold it like slowed down their heart rate and everything so low. Or like there's some sort of protective mechanism for the brain as well, like if the brain is really cold, and it like prevented the brain damage. And they actually survived. Like an hour on the seafloor with no oxygen. Fucking insane. That's probably like one of my worst nightmares. I'm scared of the ocean. I'm scared of not being able to see what's underneath me. And I'd probably be even more scared if I couldn't see anything and I was just down there. That would be terrifying. I'm pretty much scared of everything. Who am I kidding? I'm scared of heights as well. I don't know how bad that is anymore, but I went up in a skyscraper once when I was in Houston, Texas, and it was terrifying. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I just like froze. I just wanted to lie on the floor. I could barely move. I had to like will myself to walk over to the window and look out. It was crazy. I actually got vertigo just walking around on street level because the skyscrapers were so tall. I was like tripping out. Alright, well I dare say we're ready to go. Time we head off to the next level. The savannah. We wait until morning, probably. Let's give them a night's sleep. We're going to set up camp on the other side and everything. We need them to be well rested to increase our chances here. That's actually quite a cool thing, you know, you have to think about the sleep deprivation. You've only got 72 hours before sleep deprivation sets in. So you want everyone to be fully rested to try and build your new camp in the next level. I gotta say, it's really coming together. I mean, it's really starting to like turn into a video game. Like, for realsies. Alright, get some breakfast, everybody. It's nearly time to go. Alright, that'll do me. Let's fucking go. We did it! Level 3! Hell yeah. And we've nearly been playing for a full year of in-game time. This is one of the longer playtests I've ever done. For sure. And it's been very productive. Illuminating, if you will. We fixed many a bug. Balanced many a change. Let's see what kind of savanna we find ourselves in. Oh, we're like right next to camp. That's handy. We got a stream to our left. We're right on the coast, so fishers again are a strong choice. Let's get the store down there and a campfire and a drum. Beautiful. There it is, dude. Beautiful. Magnificent. And we can see the slightly reduced number of deer, I think, in this map. 10 herds of between 7 and 14 deer. It's still a lot. I mean, the whole place is crawling with them. It might still be too many. I think 8 was probably good, actually. It's just that they were dying off. There's an effort to try and prevent them from dying more than anything. Oh, it is actually getting below freezing in the nighttime here. I suppose it could snow in this biome. Are there actually snow variants of these tiles, though? No. So what the fuck are we gonna do if it snows? Oh my god, you gotta be shitting me. I don't want to have to make those. I can't even remember how to do it. I think I might, or if I was smart, I would have actually written it down somewhere. In case, but I probably didn't. Oh, yes, I have a list of my snow alpha values, because I have to put like a white on top of the color below with a certain alpha so that some of the color is showing through, right? And as the snow piles up, it becomes more and more white, but it's never 100% white. There's always a little bit of the color showing through from underneath. Oh, what am I doing? All right, well, okay, it's getting pretty late. I don't think I'm going to be playtesting anymore today, but I am going to compile and release this build for Ko-fi members. So if you want to playtest the game, head on over to Ko-fi and become a member, and you'll be able to download and play this build in just a moment here. And you'll be supporting the development of the game and really helping me out. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, I forgot to crank the version number. Gotta crank the version number. Alright, I think I took some pretty good notes as well for when I push this to the repository. Stream's probably lagging out, isn't it, whilst I'm compiling. Version 0.5.7.3. We're flying. We're absolutely flying, dudes. What is this? What am I looking at? Draw GUI is what I want. There it is. Okay. Change that 2 to a 3. Change this one. Here's something I didn't know. It was already fine in my project, but if you go to graphics here and you untick interpolate colors between pixels, that's how you prevent your pixel art from looking blurry and stuff. Didn't even know that was a thing because it's not been enabled in my project the whole time. Alright, now I can compile with the correct version number. Success! Eureka! Your scientists have come up with a new ride. Oh, wait. Upgrade. That's good too. Okay, uploading now. And I'm going to upload to itch as well, just because I'm in the habit of keeping that up to date. 2. But pretty soon here I'm going to be handing out Steam keys, which is going to be a much better way of doing things. Although you can do something very similar on itch. You can generate like a download link that people claim, and then it gets attached to their account so nobody else can use that same link. Quite handy. Okay, there we go. The latest build is now available for Ko-fi members to download. I'm not actually keeping the old builds on itch, even though you can. Just delete the old one and upload the new one. Boom. There we go. Another jobbed. Another excellent day of GodSIM game dev. Let's get this pushed to the repository. And see if we can find somebody to raid, I guess. It's gonna be Muty again by the looks of it. Cause ain't nobody game making on my follow list. Alright, oh my god, you gotta be shitting me. Missed a bunch of stuff. I'll push again. There we go. Okay, we're all backed up. Excellent. I'm gonna get something to eat and watch Muty speedrun episode 3 of Quake. Thanks for joining me. Really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. And we'll do some more game dev. Till then, take it easy. Peace out. I'll catch you in the next one.